Sounds good. All right, let's go. Unduck. There, that's a much better spell. Can't see. This is the darkest I've ever seen a Borderlands game be. Oh, you have to charge it? Okay. Cool, I do like it though. I kind of want to move my mouse 4 and mouse 5 key. But I like being able to spam it too. It's nice. Kill barrier guards. This gun's really good. It really does good damage. Oh, where am I? Yeah, go, 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 go. Trade up. Duck, 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 duck. Cyclone and Brutix here.
Warp drive active.
Rural map is Weep Wild Dankness. I'm right at the end. I think I should just keep going. Fight the boss or whatever it is.
Warp drive active.
That's it. This is the whole room, huh? Alright. Well, it's 3 packs, so we'll pull a pack at a time, I guess. The closest one being that one. What's my volume at on this one? It's like 1. Yeah, but yeah, it's still good. Yeah, frames aren't amazing, but they're not bad. See, I think this is a good game. It's got good frames, good combat. The bosses don't bother me. Oh god, just kill the boss. Just kill the boss. Just kill the boss. Oh. Did I die? I died before I could kill her. I think I did die. Fuck. But you instant like what's the point of like dying if you reduce the timer or whatever? Man, I lost that, did I? Fucking annoying. Oh, I know which gun to use now. This gun isn't so good for damage. Can't seem to kill him. Oh, cool, I can fire at the same time. I didn't know that. Oh. I love this card. I'm going to keep it for a while until they give me something better. I'm out of ammo now. Doesn't really seem to be doing much damage to her. Oh. I'm not, like, losing my heal, am I? No. Alright, so, yeah, we'll just fight now. Reload all. Fight him. Go. Wait, come back, come back. I don't know. Yeah, no. Do fight them, do fight them, do fight them. Yeah, that's good, that's good. Are we good? Yeah, we're good. I'm full health and stuff, and my rack's up. Damn, they killed that Haunter, like, right away. And nobody aggroed. Fucking weird. Space shuttle wreck. No, don't do that. Don't do that. No, don't do the space shuttle wreck. So, never mind. Drop all targets. And we'll go to the ones we can reach, I guess. I don't know, what is that? It's like that one. Yeah, shoot that one. Go, go, go. Oops. You are orbiting right. No. I want you to orbit at 10. There you go. Ooh, what's that? Nightshade of the Gaul. That might be good. Am I full again? No. Should have sold before I came down here. After this, I can play the original Dragon's Keep too. Dragon's Keep was really good. But I like the combat in this game more. So, skills. Yep, how we doing? Yep, we good? Yep, fire. Yep. Now, we can every stack of spell weaving. Automatically recharges the ward, but she gains drastically increased spell damage. Ooh, yeah, I'll take that one. I don't mind that. A second spell, which is cool. That is cool. But no, I like the sheep. I'm going to keep the sheep. You know. 213 Nightshade of the Gull. That's a serious upgrade, and I don't like this Bloodshot, so we're going to get rid of it. Let's see how it feels. Yeah, that's just dope. I'll take it. Yep, seems pretty cool. Full auto or semi-auto. Free trapped entity. Okay. I love seeing my shots hit the side of the bow of the ship I'm shooting. It's actually really satisfying. It's gonna be so cool when you can watch in like 5 or 10 years. We'll be able to watch this from the inside of the ship, I think, and like look out at the combat, which would be fucking cool. Sky's the limit, baby. Cool. No, this is the best view because it's the laziest, but it also has the best quality. Oh yeah, hero stats, right? Oh good, I'm done with intelligence. Yay, confirm. Now my spells do way, way more. Talk to Punchfather. Why are all these dudes like dressed up like fairies? It's so fucking weird. I don't want to hear their dumb, like, talking anymore. Brighthoof, yay. I get to buy STUs. Thy bar with a vengeance. Jesus Christ. Oh, but first I want to buy SDUs, which is like East. Backpack SDUs 45,000. 81,000. I don't care about bank. I think I'm just gonna cap this first. I'm out of money. Wait, is there other stuff too? There's 2-packs, is there? Oh, yeah, there is. There's 2-packs, yeah. There's a fish. Emotion of the ocean. Oh my god. These developers, they just killed the ocean. Ugh. Skill points, huh? 2 of them. I think I'll take that one. Oh, skill points. Oh, I have to finish, do I? I don't know. I'll probably do that, actually. Yeah, that's fine. Oh, new points available. I don't have any new points available, no. Oh, slot, secondary class. I see. Clawbringer, a wyvern tamer with focus on fire and lightning damage. Greyborn, a soul trapper with focus on dealing damage in exchange for health. Spore Warden, a fungal friend with focus on range damage. Stabomancer, a sneaky murderer with focus on critical hits. This one has, like, this is a rogue class, Berserker. Berserker, it's a warrior, blight color. Why is this locked? Oh, Shattering Spectre Glass, okay. Well... it's an AoE. No, I don't think I want to be like a warlock. The Spore Warden was what I did last time. I think I probably will do that. I'll do Blizzard. I liked the Spore Warden. Mushroom Companion. Nice. Oh, cool. I just get I get him anyways. Yeah, cool. This is a better class, maybe. I want 3 Frost Cyclones. Those are going to be sweet. Gun damage and gun handling. Sure. Why not, this, the cooldown rate? Did we kill everything? Yes, we did. Pick up this mobile tractor unit. And we can go home. Well, no, I guess I'll come and salvage all this. It is a lot of stuff. We're going to have bangers and mash tonight, and so I will have family dinner here soon. Action skill cooldown rate does increase for a brief duration. I think that's the overall best damage I could get. And now I have a mushroom following me, or I should anyways. Mushroom companion. Nice. I love the mushroom companion. And he'll tank for me. How do I tell him to do stuff? Is it like, oh yeah, I have a, oh yeah, oh, okay, so, oh, no. So I want the sheep, but I only get one, do I? Only get one. Fuck. Or Frost Cyclone, or no, this isn't Frost Cyclone, this is Ambihextrous, but equip a second spell. I don't think I want 2 spells. Oh, I don't know, the sheep is so powerful. Maybe 2 spells is better. Well, I don't know. It gives me a lot of stuff to do. Maybe the sheep is better for just survivability. I like the sheep. It makes me feel like a mage. Yeah, and we'll go. I think the frost damage is eventually the best. The frost cyclones are the best thing because they look so cool. Until then, we use these. Read prophecy. Oh. Tab for new points available. I have a hero point. I guess it's got to be over in this chart, I guess. No? Oh, hero points. Oops. Hero stats, I see. So, attunement, which is skill tool cooldown, and we'll go through that next. And, hey, it's not dark anymore. Yay, the darkness is gone. Read the prophecy. Where is the prophecy? Oh, it's down there? Okay. So, this thing... Oh, it's 10 million worth of stuff. M3... Ooh, cool. Yeah, so... We take what we could carry and we leave. I will just save this cargo container in case something bad happens. Save location for 4 hours. Submit. And then we will go back and dock up state or locations. I want to remove this location. This is just clutter, really.
Warp drive active.
Oh, wait. Dock.
Warp drive active.
Oh, I'm on the overmap. Okay. The Notion.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
I'm so glad they gave me this game for free on Epic because now I can play it in the background. I love the mage. Oh, in the water it shocks you. Oh, cool. The water works. Oh, the water is cool. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, look, that's really good. Oh, cool. I didn't know that this cool electric weapon. I love this gun. Why was this particular game so fun to me? No, no, wait, what? No, you forced me to leave. No. You didn't let me loot. You just forced me out. Oh, whatever. Did you get the stuff? 194 Mallet of the Hairspring. Warlock. It's a frost damage. Oh, I got my third slot. Cool. A Spriggan, which is like a 202 weapon. 203, I've got a poison thing, a shock thing, and another poison thing. 175 goblin repellent, but it does so much damage. Damage is, yeah, it's really pretty strong. It's like 60 per, and it fires really fast. These things are like 20. I think maybe the goblin repellent's still really good. Yeah. There's this ice shotgun. Cool, I finally have my fourth weapon. There's the town, I guess, and now we've expanded the world map more. Carved likeness in rocks. Okay. Rocks? Oh, rocks, okay. Warpo. But I can't get up there. How do I get up there? Yes, yes it is. Shattergray Barrow. Did I do that one? 0%. Let's go to Shattergray Barrow. That looks cool. Do some skellies. Hells yeah. I love this stupid game. Okay, so what are we doing here? We're going back to get a Noctis. Go back out. Board. Noctis. Good. Flight checks are good. Let's go. Undock. Yeah, it's out of my range. Oh, what's this? Oh, God. Jump. Counter, go. What are we doing? It's a fucking...
Drive active.
It's a fucking Noctis, you idiot. 3.5 mil. Too dark. Damn it. Resolution scales down. Oh yeah, the scales, like why the frames are so good. Yeah. So, but the brightness. Where's the brightness at? I feel like the overall brightness is not high enough.
Warp drive active.
Oh, the overworld, yeah, but oh, carved likeness of rocks, but yeah, maybe I'm supposed to clear the skelly burrow, I guess. As the sun goes down, it's better. Gaming is kind of a nighttime thing. Item of the thingy. Alright. Orhaim's crop. Can I tell you to go fight? No, there is like an issue with the brightness on my card, and I'm going to fix it. So if we come in here to the NVIDIA control panel, we take a look at overall brightness, something saturation or whatever. I'm not really sure. Sometimes it seems bright enough, sometimes, but it doesn't seem bright enough though. Okay, go out to that thing and loot it. He really wants me for some reason. My shield is stuck at 1% for some reason. I guess I'm done with this place. I don't know. Maybe I wasn't supposed to be here. Okay, so I will skin carcasses. Super skin. Leather of the boiling cauldron. $142 card, but I've got a 142 card might be better, so we'll try it. How does one leave this place again? To the west. Oops, I walked too far home. Oh no, what did I do? Where am I? Oh. One raw strength is pretty good. What's that place? Weep Wild Dankness, but I don't want to go back in the Weep Wild Dankness. I got done with it. Let me through. Let me through. Okay, that was all this. Let's go back and turn in.
Warp drive active.
$5 mil. This enduring warp disruption fuel generator.
Docking permission requested. Docking request accepted.
Ah, good. .203 Frost submachine gun. 201 shotgun. Falchion of the Numbing, it's 181. Goblin Repellent, which is a 175, that's significantly lower than what I've got. And the Vamp, yep. So, good stuff. Bloodstone. I don't know what that is. Oh, I see. Okay, so Bloodstone. Okay, cool. We have a necklace now. Ah. Get bullets in all the mags. He looks so weird. He looks so angry. Salvage materials. All the rest of this stuff except for all that stuff, right? Yeah, all that stuff goes in there. My Gila has stuff in it. Looking for criminal tags, yep, and anything else, salvage and stuff, and nope. Right, we come through and we say no mobile tractor, no Scourge light, all the rest of it dumps in there. We have 30 million worth of stuff here. I'm going to stack up. Select all. Select all. Repackage. No, I don't want to repackage now. So, yes, and sort by price. We see that, yeah, there's some Elite Drone AI and stuff that is worth selling here. We will sell all this. Immediate. And I'll take the 20 mil or whatever it is, yeah. This next mining fleet is in about an hour and a half, which is kind of good, but I'm still going to miss it, which is annoying. It's sub 56. Yeah, I'll miss it, but that's all right. $3 bill. Alrighty then, we come back and we say turn in, view mission complete, nice, and another 3,000 LP, Federation Navy. So now I will... Oh, you couldn't sell all that stuff. So that all that stuff that you couldn't sell or whatever. No, I want you to sell all that. That's weird. You didn't sell all that. So you say like 400K for this stuff. Let's see what happens if I reprocess it. Like all. Reprocess. Oh. There we are. Found one in contract. Search. No, found one contracts. One filtered out. Large crates of long limb rose for 650 million. Trash it. Take that stuff and sell it. This stuff will sell. Oh, I got a faction, or sorry, I got a storyline mission. It's security. It's a level 4. Cargo's 80 large crate of cryo stored luminaire skippers, and yep, it's going to Quire. I'll take it, sure. $5%. $8.54. See, it was better to reprocess. Nice. So, okay, then back to the Gila. There's another level 4. We get 2 more, and I get progress toward the Galente election. Items traded. Oh, I have to go do this faction quest for Galente rep. We'll put that in a wreath. I don't know if a wreath has that much. Does a wreath have that much storage? Yes, it does. So, inventory, large crate. We're going out to Quire. 5 jumps. Nice. Come back here. Okay, go.
Warp drive active. Autopilot engaged. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Um, I'm in the mood to play 76, 76, 76, 76. There you are.
As experience. The fullness of experience can only be known by letting go of it. I am in Dan Diego, I'm sure he meant to say San Diego, then DC on Monday, New York, mostly New York, DC, and Jan record PBS in Boston, December 3rd, blah, blah, blah. Okay, these are all the dates. And new book in me, have a new book in me, Metahuman, the next leap in evolution. European tour in April. You should come to my 2-day workshop with your girls in Switzerland, in Zurich, small village in suburbs. Will be fun. And Epstein responds, see you in New York Wednesday, Friday. Damn, all that, and that's all he gave him. 5 days later, on November 30th, now this is from Jeffrey Epstein's assistant, saying, hello, Deepak. I know you are confirmed for 7 p.m. tonight. We are hoping you will be pleased to join Jeffrey, Woody Allen, and his wife, Sunyi, as well as Miroslav Lajkak, as well as Miroslav Lajkak, MFA Slovakia Foreign Minister, for dinner. They will all be here as well. Okay for you to come hungry? Question mark. Am I reading too much into it when he says like the tiger is hungry? And then she's saying, okay for you to come hungry. Like, is it about food for dinner? Because like, why would you have to say to someone it's okay for you to come hungry when you're inviting them to dinner? Right? Unless hungry means something else, and there's something else that's going to happen at dinner that has nothing to do with food. I don't know. Deepak responds and he goes, okay, looking forward to it. And she responds, the assistant responds, fantastic. And then Deepak Chopra says, delayed in Washington, unable to join tonight. Very sorry. And then the assistant says, oh no, what a shame. Okay, I will let Jeffrey know. Thank you and take care. This is November 29th. And Deepak Chopra says, I'm very sorry. Okay, I have a meeting in Congress, blah, blah, blah. Now Epstein responds and says, time tomorrow. Jeffrey Epstein says, Woody and group leave after 9 p.m. if you like after, question mark. And Deepak says, just seeing this, my day was crazy. Had last minute interview in Washington Post regarding insanity of world. Today in New Jersey, did you get invitations for Wall Street event on Friday? Come as my guest with anyone if easy. Love. Prayer arms. And then this is Epstein responds and says, I'm in Florida, but I would like to send 2 girls. Autopilot jump. And Deepak Chopra says, need names ASAP. We'll send directions. Now I want to talk about their last exchanges because I found this to be very actually funny. January 17th, 2019 at 9:47 p.m. Jeffrey Epstein says, you good? And Deepak responds and says, yes, where are you? I'll be in New York 10 days, leaving for Cali. Florida, any new insights? And he's saying, I'm focusing, not straining on reversal of biological age, talking more about where they're going to be, going to Dubai, Abu Dhabi, blah, blah, whatever. So they're talking about aging now. You should meet my friends in Dubai. Epstein says, nice, how are you? Deepak says, I'm good, still in India, sending love. And Epstein says, can you send it in female form? Deepak says, ha, ha, ha. And then here is where it sort of changes. Now it is March 2nd, 2019, and things are not going well for Epstein. So he sends this message to Deepak. He says, hope you are well. Another round of very bad press. Ugh. Deepak says, stay silent, meditate. I'm focusing on metahuman, prayer hands. Jeffrey says, any new realizations? Deepak, yes, we are fictional characters in a collective dreamscape and want to upgrade the illusion for a more peaceful world. I'm on WhatsApp. Are you? And he goes, yes, and he gives his number. Okay. And then a few days later, a New York Times article about Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein sends this article of him in the New York Times, and the only response from Deepak Chopra is prayer hands. And then like a long time goes by, and then Epstein sends a message and says, I'm in New York Monday. If not face to face, let's Skype. I think of you often. I am aware of the toxicity of my press. And Deepak says, who is this? Oh my God. And Jeffrey Epstein goes, Jeffrey. And he goes, sorry, I am not concerned about that. I guess the toxicity. Let's connect mostly by WhatsApp. I think we should meditate together. How long are you in New York? I'm doing events soon in Orlando and Palm Beach very soon. I'm LA at a Brian conference right now. And he says, I'm in tonight and tomorrow, leave for Europe on Tuesday, when Palm Beach. And they don't message anymore, which means they probably move to WhatsApp. Who is this? Like, what, was that a new number? It's the same thread, so it wouldn't be a new number, would it? No, it wouldn't. Okay, so this is my theory. okay, about the who is this. Let me tell you what I think. You tell me if I'm crazy. Because it's the same text thread, which means it's the same number. If you texted him from another number, it wouldn't be in the same text thread. So it's the same number. Now, maybe he deleted the text message, and therefore when the text came in, maybe he didn't see, I don't know if like the whole history of their communications come in, but if he deleted the text message and deleted the number from his phone, so all his messages with Jeffrey and Jeffrey as a contact, and then all of a sudden, all he gets is this article about Jeffrey Epstein from a number that he doesn't know. That's why he said, who is this? My theory is he deleted the number, he deleted the text messages, and he tried to pretend like he didn't fucking know this guy at all. And then now that he's messaging, he's like, who is this? And then he's like, Jeffrey. And he's like, sorry, I'm not concerned about that. Let's connect mostly by WhatsApp. Another thing I noticed while looking at this is there were not any red receipts. But then over here, okay, now there are red receipts, where Jeffrey has red receipts turned on because it's showing that he read Deepak's message. Interesting. But yeah, so that's where their contact pretty much dies after that. In addition to this type of contact, there were also financial ties between Deepak Chopra and Jeffrey Epstein in regards to donations. Okay, first of all, you have a direct donation, $50,000 check that's in the files from Jeffrey Epstein's charity, Gratitude America, directly to the Chopra Foundation. Then there's also this other exchange about some study to study telepathy with autistic savants who have telepathic abilities. Payment of $25,000 is made from Jeffrey Epstein to the University of California, San Diego Center for Brain and Cognition for this study. It's apparently a seed donation to the UC Board of Regents. And they also work together on this app, the GU app. After Jeffrey Epstein is arrested and he dies, and before the emails are released where we know about Deepak Chopra's connections with him, Deepak Chopra is basically doing more of the same, in the sense that there are people who are alleging he's still taking advantage of them. Like this woman said in 2021, she was a vulnerable young woman at his center retreat, and they had like what she said, a father-daughter relationship. And then she says it made advances towards her sexually and initiated a relationship with her, which she did get into with him, and it got really crazy and the lines were blurred. That was it until the end of 2025 when the emails were released. And that's when we started to have rumblings of people, I guess, searching for his name and finding out about him. And this is also when he came up with this AI called Digital Deepak. And basically it's an AI version of Deepak Chopra. And it is you pay for it, and it's basically trained on his books, the over 90 books that he has, as well as like spiritual advice that he's given. What was funny about it was they say that really he created it as a way to address the allegations, because when people would get that AI and then ask it about its connections with Epstein or whatever, they said, quote, it gave word salad responses about personal journeys, inner awareness, effectively automating the guru's own defense strategy. So by February 2026, though, the files were released. People found out the extent of their connections. And there was this fallout that happened where he got fired from his job. He had a job with the University of San Diego. They fired him. There were collaborations he was working on with people who didn't want anything to do with him. And then there was this allegation made by Sevda Rubens. And she said that when she was 16 years old, she attended a meditation event that was hosted by Deepak Chopra in Europe. And she said that Chopra gave her his private number, insisted they meet late at night, and that she refused the request and described his behavior as predatory and alarming. To be clear, he has not been charged with anything. And yes, he lost his job, but he still has his center and is active even on YouTube. I saw some things, and it's still going on. And some people still support him, some people don't. So as I said, it's up to you to decide if this was, as he said, just, poor word choicing, poor judgment, Was this just poor judgment? Is the whole tiger talk just about, the human ego? When he says girls, is he talking about adult women or is he talking about girls? Are the allegations against him true? Is there anything to that sort of transcendental meditation, CIA, MK Ultra, LSD stuff, and the fact that he's now doing this business called Mind Med, which is combining like psychedelics with meditation? Or is it just like, it is what it is and there's not much more to it than that? I'd love to know what you guys think. Me personally, if you ask me what I think, hey, not all the time, but most of the time, when there's smoke, there's fire. And when I read the emails, I believe, in my opinion, allegedly, I personally, opinionatedly believe, allegedly, that he did, what's the word? Enjoy some of the services that were provided by Jeffrey Epstein, allegedly. Do I have proof of that? No. Do I believe that? Yes. Am I allowed to believe what I'm allowed to believe? Yes. I'm not making any claims though. Don't mess with Deepak. They say, well, don't mess with Noor, bitch, either, too. Listen, I ain't really fucking scared of her, bitch. But also, it's just my thing. So, so that's what I think. And I would love to know what you guys think. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you guys in my next one. Bye.
A quad short pump action shotgun. Nice.
Now, if you ask the average person about Tupac today, they'll probably picture the same version of him. The gangster rapper, bandana around his head, a confrontational presence. The guy who always seemed like he was ready for war. But the more you actually look into his life, not the stories that were told about him, the actual documented record, the more that image starts to fall apart. Because before the headlines, before the controversies, before the myth that formed around him, Tupac Shakur was something most people never talk about. A performing arts student, studying theater, poetry, and ballet. So the real question is, who was Tupac before the myth eventually took over? On June 16, 1971, a child named Lassane Parrish Crooks was born in New York City. But that name wouldn't last long. By the time he was a toddler, his mother made a decision that would permanently change how the world would know him. She renamed him Tupac Amaru Shakur, and the name change wasn't random. Tupac Amaru was the name of a revolutionary leader in Peru who led a major rebellion against the Spanish Empire in the late 1700s and was eventually executed for it. His mother, Afeni Shakur, later explained why she chose that name. She wanted her son to grow up understanding that he came from a tradition of resistance, that his identity was connected to something bigger than just the neighborhood he was born into. In her words, she wanted him to know he was a part of a global culture of revolutionary people. And to understand why she was thinking that way, you have to understand who Tupac's mother actually was. His mother, Afeni Shakur, was a member of the Black Panther Party, a revolutionary political organization that emerged in the 1960s to fight police brutality and push for political power in black communities.
The Black Panther Party has attracted strong national support from radicals and intellectuals, black and white.
In 1969, Afeni Shakur was arrested along with more than 20 other members of the group in what became known as the Panther 21 case, a major conspiracy trial where prosecutors accused them of plotting attacks across New York City. Afeni took charge of her own defense and represented herself in court. After a lengthy trial, she was acquitted of all charges. So from the very beginning, Tupac wasn't being raised in an ordinary household. The household he grew up in was shaped by political conviction, legal conflict, and a mother who had already faced down the state head-on and won. Later, Afeni married Mutulu Shakur, who was also connected to black liberation activism. So that was the world Pac was born into. Not the street corner, not the rap industry, a political household in a city still dealing with poverty, unrest, and the aftershocks of the civil rights era. And yet, that's almost never where most people start the story. Now, Pac's early life was anything but stable. Over the next few years, his family moved around constantly, and money was often tight. For long stretches of time, his mother Afeni was raising Pac and his sister mostly on her own. And while those kinds of struggles aren't unusual for a lot of families, in Tupac's case, they would shape the person he eventually became. By the mid-1980s, the family had relocated to Baltimore, Maryland, and this move would end up becoming one of the most important chapters in Tupac's early life. By the mid-80s, Tupac had already lived through a lot of things. He had grown up around political activism, his family had struggled financially, and they had moved around constantly. And depending on which part of Tupac's life people focus on, they end up with a completely different picture of who he was. For some people, Tupac will always be the militant voice speaking out against injustice. For others, he's the aggressive rap icon from the mid-1990s. But there's another version of Tupac that almost never gets talked about, and it might be one of the most important chapters in understanding who he really was. As a teenager, Tupac enrolled at the Baltimore School for the Arts, a public performing arts high school. And this is something a lot of people don't realize about his story. Long before the headlines and controversies that would later surround him, Pac was actually a performing arts student studying acting, poetry, jazz, and ballet, which is probably the last place most people imagine Tupac being as a teenager. And while Tupac was at the Baltimore School for the Arts, he wasn't just passing through. He took the work there seriously, studying acting, writing poetry, and performing in theater productions. It was also during this time that he formed one of the closest friendships of his early life with a fellow student named Jada Pinkett, years before either of them became famous. So before the albums, before the mythology, before any of that stuff happened that eventually formed all these perceptions around him, here was a young Tupac studying art, writing poetry, and trying to figure out who he wanted to become. And this part of Tupac's story is so interesting to me, and it's always been so interesting to me, because it's not the version of him most people talk about. When people bring up Tupac today, they usually jump straight to the bandana, the interviews, the controversies, the larger-than-life image that came later. But years before that image existed, he was a teenager at an art school, learning how to express himself through acting, poetry, and performance. And I think that raises an interesting question. How come this version of Tupac almost, doesn't exist in most people's minds? Like, this part of his story isn't talked about enough. The narrative usually begins with a gangsta rapper, instead of the young artist who is clearly trying to understand himself and the world around him through art. Because when you look at the full picture, those two versions of Tupac aren't separate people. They're the same person, just at different stages of his life. By the late 1980s, Tupac and his family moved again, this time to Marin City, California. And this move would end up changing the direction of his life. Marin City was nothing like the performing arts environment he had come from in Baltimore.
That's okay. You're totally fine. I'll just cook something. Yeah, I'll go somewhere.
Docking permission requested. Docking permission requested.
Okay, sounds good. I will cook something. I love you too. Feel better.
Docking permission requested. Docking
All right,
request accepted. Autopilot disabled. Waypoint reached.
Oh, my keyboard is charged. Going to do my mouse now. Okay, I want to go to the town and I want to get a grunt hunt. Going to cook something. I guess it's going to be falafel and pasta, I guess. That's good. Where's the town? It's like, there we go, bounty board.
The streets were rougher, life was harder, and at the same time, his mother Afeni had begun struggling with serious crack addiction, something Tupac would later talk openly about in his music. For a young Tupac, it was another major shift, another environment, another reality. But despite everything changing around him, one thing never really left him: his love for music and poetry. Around this time, Pac connected with a mentor named
Tupac was a rapist. Damn, I gotta be the cool guy there, but it's like, motherfucker. Oh, good, I'm back. So then I will get into Gila. Oops. Oh, yes. Did I take the fleet invite? Oops. Attorney mining. NA species and no residue. T1 or only. No, wait. I want to go and hi, kitty. You want to sit on my lap? Mm-hmm. Good, kitty. Oops, steps. Wants to enjoy their fleet. Yes, yes. To join. Okay. Now, you are loading that over and over again, so I'm going to drop out to the main menu real quick. Yeah, you can rest on that little cushion if you want, kitty. Oh, she's a good kitty. Mm-hmm. So, I want to go back in, and then I will switch to Gila. Oh no, I'm sorry. Switch to a Council Diplo and go back to out. Set. The hell was that? 76? Oh, you pretty little kitty. Oh, my pretty little kitty. She's so prim and cute. She's perches on my lap like a little kitty. Mm-hmm. She's cleaning herself right now. She treats it like a job. She's like, I'm going to get my coat clean. Oh, this beautiful, beautiful kitty. I just like putting my hands on her. We love this kitty. We do. We love that kitty. Spend the time to stroke her and love her. Oh, she wants more food. She is food-based. Oh, God, where am I what am I doing? Autopilot out.
Autopilot engaged. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Gotta go 18 jumps, which is gonna take a while. But I don't care.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping.
Oh, oops.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive.
Hi, kitty. You back for some lap? Some good lap. That's some good soft lap. Wait, what the hell? This guy like built his house at the start of this thing.
Approaching
Interesting design. I like it. I would never live here.
Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate.
Giddy took us.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I love touching my kitty while I walk.
Approaching Stargate.
Why the fuck am I way over here? Oh, no, that's wrong.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, I've never been here. Apraxidon Chemical Power Substation, huh?
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Oh, so in the Apraxidon Chemical Power Station, there's a couple of really easy magazine and bobbleheads.
Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
I'm not going to miss the ice up. Nice.
Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active. Approaching Stargate. Autopilot jumping. Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Hello, kitty. You want some lap?
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, you cute little furry butt. You cute little furry butt kitty. She views my lap as her throne now.
Autopilot jumping.
You're a good kitty. You're such a good kitty. You are.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Corn. Decklock horn.
Approaching Stargate.
Oh, it's a cute kitty.
Autopilot jumping.
Okay, I think I'm done with this game for today. Or I don't know. I did, or I guess I did do a daily. Retrieve viable Scorch Beast DNA. Oh.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
Let's go rocket a Scorch Beast. Or actually, I think I might need to pull missiles and stuff out of my base. Oh, you silly, beautiful kitty. I like you so much.
Approaching
You're
Stargate.
such an adorable little kitty.
Autopilot jumping.
A nuclear-grade cyber attack just happened.
Warping to Stargate. Warp drive active.
This video is brought to you by Incogni. Take a look at this face. What do you notice? I'm a white boy. From the way I speak, to my style, to my inability to do cool handshakes, it's just a part of who I am. I think. I mean, honestly, it's not something I had to think about a lot. Growing up in the 90s and 2000s, really, it felt like culture was primarily built around me. Whether it was slamming my skateboard because I couldn't do a shove it, or hurling abuse at noobs in Call of Duty, there was something to channel that anger. next. But things have changed, right? In the year 2026, increasingly these young white boys are no longer forming organic, communal, youth-led identities, and increasingly are having their identities shaped by algorithms, hyper-individualism, monetization, and political ideology. Today, we will explore the white boy identity crisis.
The same way not everyone can be a man is the same way not everyone can be English.
Me and Hassan, we're both multimillionaires. I'm 21, you're 23.
I just want to preserve this nation.
Okay, so it's worth us pointing out the obvious. You know, I am old and out of touch. I'm 31.
I love the young people.
So immediately we have to try and work out, am I just an old fart now? Am I just doing the thing, the back in my day shtick where we look at young people and we say, you lot are all fucked? Or is there something that's profoundly different in the modern white boy cultural arc? So for us to answer that question genuinely, we need to look at the last 3 decades, the 2000s, the 2010s, and the 2020s. 2000s white boy culture can really heavily be defined by one key individual, Eminem.
Hi, my name is. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Right, Eminem, you know him, the real Slim Shady. That fucking, he's that key individual, Eminem.
Hi, my name is. What's going on, man? How you doing?
I'm doing good.
Right, Eminem. You know him, the real Slim Shady. That fucking, he's that white boy whisperer. There's no one as pivotal as Eminem for the 2000s for white boys, right? There's a video that I watched that is a major inspiration for this one we're making today by Dazir Said, and I'll link it below, but it's called The Eminem-Sized Hole in White America.
He gave white suburban kids permission to express frustration and alienation, but also forced them to look inward.
Brilliant video, definitely check it out, links below. But what Eminem did, right, was basically give an entire generation of young white people a language to express the contradiction of the world that they were living in. I know that sounds really wanky and it sounds like I'm just deep in it, but hear me out. You gotta think, there was a massive chunk of like middle white America in the 90s and the 2000s who were living in suburban, relatively safe, comfortable neighborhoods. They had access to decent schools, they had video games, consumer goods, fridge freezers, everything that should make you happy, little Timmy. But there was a problem, right? You know, school sucks. Your mum's lame. Life in American suburbia is famously dull. But there was a problem, right? If little Timmy wanted to complain about his life, the immediate reaction from every single layer of society toward him would be shock. What are you trying to say, Timmy? We live in the greatest country on earth, goddammit. We've never had it so good. Yay, America! What Eminem did and what he was able to communicate in a way that no one really had before was to show that these feelings of alienation could even exist inside the supposed comforts of white suburban middle class life.
A lot of people are gonna relate to what I'm saying because whether white, black, whatever nationality you are, you know, there's a lot of poor people, there's a lot of lower class people in America that can feel where I'm coming from. You know what I mean? That's why a lot of things I say, a lot of people can relate to. Like, oh, I've been there. You know what I mean?
Intentionally or unintentionally, Eminem was able to create an extremely rare moment of not only cross-racial, but cross-class consciousness. Through his music, he was able to connect the struggles and the feelings of alienation between the young, multiracial working class, the underclass who was in deep poverty, and, importantly for our story, the disaffected middle-class white suburban kid. All of these people from all different backgrounds felt the same feelings against the system they lived under, channeled through Eminem's music. But you see, whilst that is all true, Eminem was not out reading theory. He wasn't trying to lead a revolution. He didn't tell millions of his fans to go join a political party and start some big political movement. He didn't even try and offer a grand explanation for these feelings everyone was feeling, of anger, of anxiety, fear, loneliness. He didn't offer a solution or tell you what to do about it. Instead, Eminem's music allowed them to simply feel it and turn it into art, humor, chaos, theatrical rebellion, community, and most importantly, culture. Eminem was the emotional release valve for the tension in white America. But Before we go any further with today's video, I've been using today's sponsor Incogni for a while now, and I was pretty surprised to find out that my personal data was just sitting there available on the internet. My full name, old addresses, and even family info. But luckily, thanks to Incogni, I didn't have to spend days and days chasing each of these websites and companies to get rid of my data. Instead, with a click of a button, Incogni handled it all. Every single month, Incogni gives me an update showing me which of the data brokers have removed my data. Honestly, it's great just having the peace of mind not having to worry about this anymore. But what's worse, and people don't often talk about this, is having your data out there like this can actually have real life implications. If you're applying for a job and they search your name and there's a fake profile put up, or if you're trying to rent a flat or something, things like that can actually cost you opportunities. Incogni takes care of all of this risk by wiping your personal data from people's search sites and shady directories. As well, they've recently launched a new feature, which is custom data removals. So if you find your data on some random website, you can copy and paste that link into Incogni, and Incogni's privacy team will take care of it for you. Unlimited requests, unlimited peace of mind. So if you're ready to take your data back, protect your privacy, and stop shady dudes messing around with your data, go to incogni.com/Jimmy the Giant, and you can use the code Jimmy the Giant to get 60% off their annual plan. That's unlimited data removal requests handled by experts. Take your personal data back with Incogni. Anyway, back to the video.
Now with us has a special report for parents about the so-called emo culture. Read, what is emo?
Parents, there are some dangerous elements to this culture psychologists say you need to know about.
Yeah, so the 2000s, there was a lot of darkness, there was a lot of rage. You had Eminem going to war with just about everyone. Yeah, we had the emos romanticizing self-harm and how much they hate themselves. Wow, we get it, life sucks. But there was a paradox, right? The 2000s wasn't simply defined by darkness and nihilism. It was partly that, but it was also very colourful. There was a lot of banter, a lot of piss taking, irony, self-deprecation, and like a lot of this white boy angst, whilst very legit and, you know, sure, a lot of the nihilism that we were seeing was often, don't tell them I told you this, a little bit theatrical. In part, it was teenagers just experimenting with emotions that they didn't fully understand yet. The 2000s was very vibrant. Think about the amount of films starring people like Will Ferrell or Jack Black, whose humor was built around ideas of masculinity, like kind of parodying masculinity in a way. The confusing expectations that you'll one day have to be a real adult would lead to characters like this, who were just buffoonish. They'd embarrass themselves. The TV show Jackass turned masculinity into this kind of like self-destructive parody. We would have so many of these big cool guy hero men who would save the day and be brave and heroic. Jackass was kind of similar, whilst being brave and bold, but they weren't really heroic. They were just doing pointless, stupid shit. It was basically parodying masculinity. The humor of this era wasn't particularly polished. The stories weren't particularly aspirational very often. The 90s into 2000s, it was very much childish, self-deprecating, and in a way, a little bit aimless. What it did, it took the similar male insecurity that existed at the time and channeled it into something we can laugh about. A way of making those feelings not
God damn it, you skipped me for some reason. Why would you skip me back that fucking far, you fucking idiots? Fucking piece of shit software developer.
Particularly polished. The stories weren't particularly deprecating
your
making
problem?
those feelings. It wasn't the full picture. It was a hegemonic. And that's because a core part of what made 2000s youth culture was subcultures. So the subculture, I used to make lots of videos on this, and really, they were very central to the 2000s. Each subculture would have its own look, its own style, its own inside jokes, language, music, attitude, and often a physical space. For instance, skateboarders, right? They would often be at the skate park. The emos would often hang out at the park in the UK or shopping malls in America. The chav was often sat out front of a co-op throwing Haribos at you. And you gotta think, right, these spaces, while sometimes there'd be crossover, were often physically separate. This allowed for a huge range of very different specific identities to exist, all at the same time. You could be a skateboarder, you could be a metalhead, you could be a chav, a gamer, a theatre kid, a punk, or maybe some kind of strange hybrid of a few of them. And within
I was a strange hybrid of all of them.
the separation interaction, like the physical space between these groups of people, that space allowed them to create a unique, organic identity. I'll give you one example, right? If you think of fashion, skateboarders would often wear baggy jeans. The reason being often was because they're very durable. So if you fell over, you wouldn't graze your knee. Us parkour kids would wear these ridiculous XXXL joggers, massive joggers that made you look homeless, because they were less restrictive. They allowed you to move freely. But you see, whilst that was all well and good throughout the 2000s, eventually we would arrive at the 2010s. And there was something that came along that was beginning to change culture in the 2010s. And that was social media.
Letters, telephone calls, mobile phones, emails. The way we stay in touch with each other is always changing. And for the people of my generation, the newest and easiest way to contact your mates, share pictures, and even tell the world if you're single or not, is on Facebook.
So the internet had always existed as part of youth culture in the 2000s, but it was largely for wider society, not part of everyday life. And that's because it was decentralized. In the early days, the internet was it was chaos. Like, if you wanted to find a community, you would have to go and look for it. You'd use different search engines. Maybe you'd get a website off the back of a magazine, and then you'd have to remember the URL, bookmark it, whether it was a blog, a forum, or a website, and then you would have to consciously decide to return to that website again and again. And this process was very slow. It meant that communities, cultures grew slowly because they required intention. And like, you know, talk to any of us old heads and we'll always romanticize early 2000s internet because it was beautiful, it was weird, it was interesting. But you know, good things can't last forever in a capitalist society. Big tech platforms spring up. You know, you get Twitter, you get Instagram, you get Facebook, YouTube, and they look at this giant, creative, sprawling wide web of strange ideas and little cultures, and they say, what if we eradicate it all and you guys use our shit? And like, it was inevitable, right? It was always going to happen. Having 3 or 4 websites to pick from is just going to win in the market. It's easier, it's more efficient. And so this once sprawling internet consolidated into a few very big websites in a process which is often referred to as the digital enclosure. Just like how in 18th century England, the elites fenced off common land, turning it into private property, tech giants of today have fenced off our social lives. In a book called Platform Capitalism, written by Nick Snychek, he basically argues that these big tech platforms don't just host our culture, but instead they own the pipes that our culture flows through. And they charge us a continuous data tax for us to interact with it and communicate with each other.
The thing with platforms is that as intermediaries, they're in a position to capture and control as much data as possible. The important thing to pull away from this is to say that, to notice that network effects lead to a winner-takes-all model. They lead to monopolization. So it becomes very difficult to dislodge something like Facebook once it's ingrained itself as the key social media platform.
And so, gradually, into the 2010s, a centralizing of all internet activity into a closed, privatized, and controlled space dominated by a few very large tech companies. And that would only be a good thing.
What I want people to know is that everything they're doing online is being watched, is being tracked, is being measured. Every single action you take is carefully monitored and recorded. Exactly what image you stop and look at, for how long you look at it. They know when people are lonely, they know when people are depressed, they know when people are looking at photos of your ex-romantic partners, they know what you're doing late at night, they know the entire thing.
They have more information about us than has ever been imagined in human history.
Actually, let's be honest, right? The early days of Instagram, YouTube, and Twitter, all these kind of things, it was really exciting. These platforms were still being competitive. They were still trying to innovate and improve, stand out, be different. And I would argue, for us white boys, in the 2010s, the internet gave rise to a white boy renaissance. It pushed us out of our comfort zones into new realms. No longer did us young corkies have to just dress like Tony Hawk and only listen to punk rock music. Now, the white boys were wearing Supreme and saying cool new phrases like swag.
Oh, I love a shoulder bag. Spent 1.6k on Supreme.
There was new slang, new ways of being, new music, and the 2010s would have its own Eminem in the form of Tyler, the Creator.
Hello.
Okay, now what about your lyrics?
What about them?
What are you saying in your lyrics?
Nothing. Shit to piss old white people off like you.
So Tyler and Eminem have so many parallels, right? So Tyler didn't belong only to one cultural world. He was a young black lad who grew up poor in America, raised only by his mum after his dad had left the family. Tyler grew up deeply immersed into hip-hop culture. He had great respect for old rap artists, but as well, older black jazz and funk artists too. He could dance well, he would dress well. He was very much a product of black American culture. But you see, Tyler was not a one-dimensional person, because at the very same time, he was also very deeply connected to what was traditionally more white boy skate culture.
That's like a hobby for me, and I never go around that all my life. So whenever people use like my skate like songs in their fucking parts and shit, I'm stoked as fuck.
He was on Tumblr. He was deep into internet humor, memes, obsessed with these kind of nerdy online worlds. Tyler's rise to fame was a pure product of the internet and social media, right? He would constantly post to Tumblr. He'd be designing clothes, posting silly videos on YouTube, directing music videos, and building a collective around him with a group known as Odd Future.
These are fans of Odd Future who are waiting to meet their heroes at a defunct store off Brick Lane in East London.
We just pop up wherever we at, set up shop, slang, and make our money. And we did. Ain't nobody taking no taxes from us, no cuts.
The whole thing, right, Odd Future, Tyler Creator, it existed as this kind of like crossroads, this intersection between hip-hop, black American culture, internet culture, and suburban, predominantly white skate culture. And like, you know, this is the thing, right? Hip-hop in the 2000s, the 90s, it was already massive. Chart topping, big artists existed. You know, you had Jay-Z, 50 Cent, Lil Wayne. But culturally speaking, it always felt that black American culture was pushed to the side, in its own box, existing almost in like a parallel world as opposed to fully overlapping with dominant white culture. And even in physical space, it would exist in different places, different schools, different neighborhoods, different media ecosystems, different TV networks, and different cultural reference points. But as the internet arrived, it started to break down these cultural walls of separation. Once you no longer needed a record label or to get on a television network or a magazine editor to distribute your work, the internet gave the ability for creative expression to speak for itself. And so, from all of this, you had a figure like Tyler the Creator and many others taking over the whole world.
Tyler, it's me, Nardwar. I have a gift for you, finally. One more gift.
This. What is it?
It is Twink.
Yeah, boyfriend. Yeah,
When I think back to what Tyler the Creator represented to me as like a young white boy, was that his presence in hip-hop made hip-hop feel like something that we were now a part of and not just observers of it. Like, for sure, white people did listen to hip-hop before Tyler, but when you picture the like young suburban white kid with a do-rag on listening to Tupac in the 90s, there's always going to be a feeling that he's kind of LARPing, right? He's not part of that world. He likes to impersonate it.
West side. Just like Kyle, millions of white suburban kids have adopted black urban culture as their own, even though the closest most have gotten to inner city life is watching the movie Boys in the Hood.
Tyler and Odd Future fused these two worlds together and, you know, unironically gave white boys the permission to explore hip-hop deeper. Eminem might have been the first step for many young white boys, but very often they wouldn't venture out much further to black artists. They would maybe listen to Eminem or maybe some rap rock groups like Linkin Park, Fort Minor, Limp Bizkit. It was a very common expression to say the phrase, I don't like rap, but I like Eminem. This embodies the kind of distance between the young Eminem fan and the greater world of hip-hop.
What is it that...
Yeah, I don't know. I started rap with, I want to say Coolio or Dr. Dre. Or Warren G. I think it was Warren G was the first album I ever bought. Warren G Regulate, I think, was the first album I ever bought. I heard what's it called? This DJ. I heard This DJ on the radio and I knew I needed Warren G in my life.
That draws you to hip hop, you know what I mean?
It's my style. I mean, you guys, colored people, can say that it's their music, but man, I can get down to it just as much as they can.
Who are you, man? Did you just say colored people?
And like, you know, there's gonna be critiques that people could make about how then once white people entered hip-hop, that it changed. It was no longer genuine. I mean, you know, I think we could have done without G-Eazy. Nonetheless, there was also equally...
Yeah, I really didn't like G-Eazy. And I had an ex-girlfriend that was her favorite fucking rapper. And I was just like, and she was like, we gotta listen to G-Eazy all day. And I'm like, I don't like G-Eazy though. I don't like G-Eazy very much. He has one song on the radio that I like.
A big influence Tyler had on young black kids. Because Tyler never conformed to the traditional archetype of a rapper, you know, the stereotype of drug dealing, gang, women, fast cars, jewelry and all that, Tyler didn't, that wasn't his thing. Not originally anyway, but you know, let's not get into that. Because Tyler didn't conform to that box either. Like, you would literally have him wearing a bright pink Supreme hoodie, doing a freestyle rap on a radio show, saying how he wants to gay out with the presenter.
Me and Flex looking in the index for buff net niggas just for some hot butt sex.
What made you go with that verse?
So yeah, I always pinpoint that as like the beginning of this big explosion in culture. The rules and the parameters had broken down, and now there was a massive surge of creativity. Tyler goes on to influence a whole generation of alternative rappers, from Young Lean to Lil Uzi, and basically anyone these days. SoundCloud rap starts growing around sort of mid-2010s, dominating music and completely revolutionizing what hip-hop can sound like. The culture around fashion and streetwear had blown up, and now when Supreme would put out a brick, this was a big cultural moment. And this is the same sort of time where early YouTubers are becoming real-life celebrities. Twitch is turning gaming into this big spectator sport. Next thing, Drake's live streaming Fortnite with Ninja. But you see, whilst all of this stuff was happening online, a big part of it was online, it still felt like this was a shared cultural experience that was still somewhat based in real life. From real life meetups, conventions, the Supreme drops, skate parks, concerts, it still felt very tangible. There was a brief window in the 2010s where it felt like this new hybrid online real life culture had formed. So you see, underneath all of this chaotic creativity, the very same platforms that gave rise to these monumental cultural moments started to devour it.
So this demonstration, I think, illustrates the direction that algorithms will go in the years ahead. And what it's going to do, it's going to learn about your personal likes and dislikes, okay?
It's learning things from me. I'm actually changing the algorithm as I interact with it.
Exactly. This algorithm continues to adapt and continues to evolve throughout its life. The more films that you rate as like and don't like, the more it knows about you personally and the better able it is to make good recommendations.
All right, so the algorithm. You know the algorithm, right? The thing that brought you here, your guardian, your sensei. The algorithm kind of fucked everything, right? In a way. So originally the internet was very much like social media was chronological. If you followed people's pages, it would show you the posts that you followed. But you see, you know, as these platforms exploded in the 2010s, suddenly there was way too many nyan cats and forever alone faces, so they had to find a new way of showing people content. And this is where the platforms would discover a thing called an algorithm. These are systems that are designed to predict what content you are most likely to click on, which ones you're most likely to watch, to react to, and ultimately do the one thing that algorithms care for, and that is engage with.
The difference is the constant feedback loop. So when you watch the television isn't watching you. When you see the billboard isn't seeing you. When you use these new designs, social media, search, YouTube, when you see these things, you're being observed constantly, and algorithms are taking that information and changing what you see next till they find those patterns, those little tricks that get you and make you change your behavior.
The algorithm meant that you could go viral, right? You could have a post that was really good and everyone in the world would see it, or loads of people would see it. And on one hand, this was liberation, right? The hobbyist could now turn a niche interest into a career after receiving a global audience. You know, if you're a scooter kid, you could whack a GoPro on your head and now you're a superstar celeb e-boy. And that is great. Honestly, incredible. I remember watching an entire YouTube channel, which was a kid who just plays with insects. That boy gets 20 million odd views. He is a multi-millionaire for playing with insects.
Look at all these ants. It's incredible. They have completely filled up all living spaces that I've provided for them.
There is something beautiful we can admire about that, right? But you see, these new careers that the algorithm had blessed upon us, they come with attacks. And that is every single person, from the political pundit, from insect boy to scooter kid, all the way to your little bakery shop, you are now all competing in a global race to be noticed by an ever-changing and ever-confusing algorithm. And it's this.
Yep, I'd say so. I don't care about the algorithm. I don't care about viewership, and I don't care about people watching me, and I don't care. I suppose that's the new meta. I don't care. I'm a part of the I just don't give a fuck meta, which is I just don't give a fuck. I don't give a fuck about any of that. But see, I got my camera. It's not even on my face because I don't give a fuck. You can see it. I don't give a fuck, you know? Yeah. And here we are.
Pressure of the algorithm, this external force now on your passion, creativity, your hobby, would start to direct and shape the way that your hobby, sport, your art would present itself. So I'll give you an example, right? In my world of parkour, the original way that you would share the content online was via video edits. You would save up some clips for maybe a year, grab your favorite Ben Howard song and post it on YouTube. It would be like a 2-3 minute video. And it's this format that was key to progressing the future of the entire culture of the sport. These videos didn't come out often. There was no career in making them, so you just made them when you had clips that you wanted to put out there. They weren't edited for engagement. They were purely edited in an artistic way that the creator wanted. And this meant that, you know, little off-the-cuff comments that the cameraman might make behind when shooting someone do a jump might become an inside joke for generations of freerunners to come.
Lache to Wednesday afternoon.
The very music that they would choose would go on to become the soundtracks of real-life parkour sessions. The clothes your favorite athlete would wear, the shoes they would wear, would become what you chose to wear. This slow and careful curation of culture, community, and art created a very specific and unique cultural identity. But then, in steps Instagram. Instagram comes along and says, you know, you spent a year making that 3-minute video that 12 people saw. How about you just take the big jump you did, post the 6-second clip on Instagram, edit it to a trending song on TikTok, and boom, now you're a professional parkour athlete.
Pre this kind of algorithmic internet, stuff that was successful online was primarily through people sharing it, telling other people about it, or sending it to somebody on Facebook. But now most of our content, we don't choose to see it, it's just given to you automatically. So much of the choice and kind of the human kind of decision making in what's valuable and what should we promote is now outsourced to an algorithm which is purely dependent on objective measures of it. Like, you know, the obvious thing is attention and like how long somebody watches in a video. So whether that they're watching it because it really means something to them and it was impactful to them emotionally, or if it just shocked them and was stupid,
it's like hacking their brain.
It doesn't matter.
I saw this exact same thing happen in a similar world called urbexing, or urban exploring. Urban exploring is, you know, people who go and explore abandoned things, they climb up big towers.
Yeah, I did the urban exploration.
They had forums where they would say which way you had to go, secret directions, and the whole culture was trying to avoid being caught so that they could preserve the places, so that the community could go and keep doing it. And then YouTube comes along, and in steps a man by the name of Alldayerrydaybaby.
Good morning, guys. What is happening? We're in a place called Stoke-on-Trent. It is that time again. It's that time for a madness.
Wait, she's not looking. She's not looking. Go, go, go. She's not looking. She's not looking.
Alldayerrydaybaby and a number of others, they realised that you could just put a GoPro on your head, film yourself do these incredible climbs, all whilst deliberately provoking security guards so that you could make the video titled "Breaking into a Water Park, Security Found Us."
You just cover your license plate. You just cover your license plate. Are you gonna hit me? You gonna hit me? No. Put it on my face.
And as you could imagine, these videos got millions and millions of views. And I'm not trying to shit on this or just say that every part of it was negative and bad and you must retain the old culture forever. No, for sure, there were inside jokes, there was humour in these videos that became cultural moments. Certainly, the culture did not become empty once it entered the world of YouTube. It changed, it developed, it progressed. But what I am trying to land on, like the important distinction, was that increasingly, in a wide world of different interests and hobbies, the driving force for the way that the culture is primarily experienced was increasingly passing through the filter of a hyper-competitive algorithm. An algorithm which requires you to repackage the content under trends and various metas that perform well in an algorithm. If Logan Paul does a big clickbait thumbnail with his face massive, and that's what starts doing well on YouTube, then that same visual artistic format will be used by the urban explorer, the parkour YouTuber. If some particular 7-second hook works for the fashion influencer, then that same hook might be copied by the musician. Increasingly, the cultural decisions of how you portray your art and your culture to the world, those decisions are driven by what will succeed in an algorithm, and increasingly, different cultures, different arts, they will look more and more similar, a cultural flattening into a presentation that is optimized to do well on a platform.
I was struck by the sense that culture overall was becoming more homogenous and kind of a little more boring, a little less compelling, and we're all just becoming more passive consumers of the culture around us. And I think the responsibility for that lays with these algorithms and the digital platforms that use algorithmic feeds. Like, they're just feeding stuff to us that is supposed to fit with our tastes, that's supposed to give us what we want to see. But I think in reality, we're having a much more shallow experience.
Now look, I think there might be a thought in the back of some people's head, right? Which is that surely in the 2000s, people back then complained about the exact same thing, right? Surely, the 2000s, after the 90s, the golden days of skateboarding, probably, people definitely complained that skateboarding, gaming, punk music, it had all sold out and it had become mainstream.
It seems like the mainstream is very consistent in like blandness, being bland, like bland, boring TV shows, bland, boring bands, bland, boring blockbuster movies.
Now sure, whilst these were massive multi-billion dollar industries at the time, and monetization was a part of it, the difference is the infrastructure of these cultures was still very real, very human, and very tangible in many ways. The economy of the culture would happen tangibly when you were at the checkout of the shop. You flick through the Argos catalogue, you grab your shit skateboard, you buy it, you leave the shop. But it's that moment, right? You've walked out of the shop. Now you've entered a place that no longer really exists. The inefficient market-free zone. When you were no longer buying the things, now you were just part of the culture. Back then, you would go and purchase the video game, you would go home and play it offline. Now, you rent the game. Whilst you're playing it, you are online and it is mining your data, spying on you, learning your behavior to know how to tailor its product in future, all whilst in the background, your YouTube algorithm is pumping you full of monetized content about the game. In an increasingly online world, time that is spent participating in a culture, whether that means that you're filming clips when you're skateboarding to post onto TikTok, or listening to a monetized podcast on Spotify when you're at the gym, you are now constantly feeding an online algorithmic economy with your data. You literally cannot fucking escape the robots. They are everywhere. They are in your mind, learning you, studying you, so they can sell you more shit. To me, right, as an old fart, what feels inherently different about 2020's youth culture today is that there is very, very little market-free space in anyone's life. And this affects how new culture arises. These days, instead of culture emerging organically in real life and then spreading online, now the internet tends to generate the aesthetics first and the real life community aspect is kind of second. Fashion is the clearest place that you'll see this, and the distinction can be made between what you could call core versus scene. I mean, you've probably heard these phrases, right? Y2K core, cottage core, goblin core, bloke core, dark academia, indie sleaze revival. So whilst on the surface, you might look at this and go, oh wow, look, the kids are doing the subcultures. Squint your eyes and look closer. These aren't subcultures in like a traditional sense. These are effectively aesthetic packages that exist primarily on platforms like TikTok and Pinterest because they grab attention in an algorithm. And what I mean is, if you dare go outside, right, go for a walk, you're not going to find a dark academia neighborhood, right? That doesn't exist. There isn't a place where like you've got teenagers wandering around with candlelight, wearing tweed blazers and quoting poetry. It's not a physical subculture. It is an online aesthetic that people might dress, but it doesn't shape their core identity. They pick them up and they put them down like costumes. Now, this actually has a name, right? A philosopher called Jean Baudrillard, he dubbed this hyper reality. Hyper reality is where in the modern world, images, photos, digital content can feel more real than reality itself. This is where the map becomes more real than the actual territory. When someone adopts bloke core or goblin core, they're not really joining a community. They're just buying a starter pack. You don't need to be going to football away days to dress like bloke core. I mean, I fucking own one of those shirts. So you adopt the look, but you don't actually have to participate in it. The participation is, it's an optional DLC if you want it. And this is for an identity that primarily exists on a screen instead of a scene. Right? A messy local scene, like a group of people that hang out in this one particular bar who over time, years, develop a certain dress sense, a certain humor, a certain type of music formed through physical interaction. Increasingly these days, culture itself is presented as sort of ready-made identities that you consume online that are specifically designed for your visual engagement. Put it this way, core is like the spectator sport as opposed to the scene being the participation sport.
The term aesthetic has kind of taken over what we used to think of as subculture.
Newer generations don't understand what makes them a subculture and not aesthetics.
Yes, we are losing subculture, and it is because of the internet.
So, I think, to answer our very first question, am I just an old fart or has something fundamentally changed? I think we can say safely, something has changed. Algorithms fundamentally change how culture is interacted with.
Vice wrote in 2022 that the instant accessibility of these trends and aesthetics is divorced from much of their original context, and that these have become empty signifiers.
So for our young white boys, all of this becomes, a little bit confusing, right? All these big words, enclosure, hyper-reality, aestheticization, bruh. I just want to vibe and or chill. The young white boy still has all of that same teenage angst that we all had when we was younger, but for decades there was always somewhere, a place, a community where that could go and it could just express itself. A scene which would absorb that energy and reshape it into something typically expressive and communal. And you gotta think, right, because the archetype of the angsty white boy suburban kid was so culturally dominant for forever, rarely did they ever have to think about their identity that much. And they never saw their identity as something that was political. The white boy was just the default setting for culture. But you see, as the 2010s came around, something started to shift in the cultural landscape. And I would argue the shift in culture throughout the 2010s was very positive and long overdue, particularly for Black American culture, which had always been very influential in the background behind music, fashion, language, rarely really getting...
I'm going to have a very hearty meal of au gratin potatoes and, what's it called? Roasted corn. And it's going to be, I'm going to mix them together and add some green Tabasco. Yeah, got some green Tabasco right there. And it's going to be an amazing meal. I'm looking forward to it. Have that in about 5-10 minutes, something. All right, so 20 million.
In the respect that it deserved for its impact. Through the 2010s, Black American culture, along with hip-hop, became the dominant youth culture, along with internet humor and social media. As well, in the same period of time, 2010s onwards, as social media gave more and more people a voice to talk about more and more things that often were not talked about, feminism entered mainstream conversation in a way that it hadn't done for decades. Increasingly, we're hearing discussions about gender, representation, inequality, etc. All these things were growing in the 2010s. From a historical perspective, this period of time, the 2010s, will be seen as an incredible moment of the expansion of who can involve themselves in culture. New voices, new faces, new ideas, new styles. And for many young white boys growing up in this time, this will become part of their core identity.
Let's fucking go.
But part of their core identity.
Let's fucking go.
But whilst many young white boys, many young teenagers experience this positively, for a certain subsection of white boys experiencing these cultural shifts through the very distorted lens of the internet, podcasters and reactionaries, this same story of cultural expansion could be framed very differently.
These race traders become martyrs for them, and you have your own side are agitating for it, saying, yeah, abolish ICE, because, you know, they're being too heavy-handed. It's the opposite. They're not being heavy-handed enough. We should have martial law, insurrection act, military in the streets, where we will be pushed around by radical white race traders, by non-white invaders, until they have taken everything from us.
If the cultural
You are
review is
insane,
changed,
cracky.
that can be framed
You're dumb,
as
crackhead.
shared progress, or it could be framed as loss. If representation of different types of people in the media is expanding, that also can be framed as exciting, or it could be framed as displacement. And think about it, right? If you're a young white boy who we know has always felt slightly lost, slightly insecure, slightly angsty, and a little bit unsure about where they fit in the world, well, your ability to deal with that change and your understanding of what is going on can basically depend on which podcast does the YouTube algorithm decide to feed you.
I think people don't quite appreciate the level of danger that we're in from the woke mind virus being effectively programmed into AI. Or if it says that everyone must be diverse, it means that there can be no straight white men. And so then you and I would get executed by the AI. Yeah, because we're not in the picture.
What do you think those dots in the sky are?
You know.
So we're all very aware that mid-2010s, the online right emerges. And what they start doing is reframing all of this social change that is happening as a civilizational threat to predominantly young white boys. Moments like Gamergate politicized a whole generation of young white boys who previously didn't really care about politics. It happened after the cultural environments that they liked, you know, music, film, television, and gaming, had increasingly started having characters in them which were women and people who weren't white.
If you include too many white people, it is labeled as racist. If they are male, it's then sexist. But what if women did not serve on the front lines in World War II hardly at all? Spoiler alert, they didn't.
And look, you can say what you want about the historical accuracy of World War II games in which you can 360 no-scope people in, but if we just take a look at this character screen on Tony Hawk's Pro Skater, which was like the biggest game in the 2000s, and just like look at it. We grew up in a world that was built for white boys. Just gonna say it. And like, there are other people in this world that we should also probably...
Kareem Campbell was my favorite.
A bit. And like, you can't blame Tony Hawk's, that was the era. The market was primarily targeted at young white boys, but over time, more and more different types of people got into gaming, and so companies are going to want to attract them with characters that look similar to them. And to be honest, this was all kind of going okay for quite some time, until a group of YouTubers lost their fucking shit and decided to turn all of their content into discussions about how women are destroying gaming, and by extension, the world.
There is a sort of insurgent
fucking
move
idiots
in video games from a couple of wacky left-wing feminists, and these are sort of far-left, Israel-hating, socialist, weird, just far-left feminists who say that every video game is problematic, that there is something wrong with all these video games. If you imagine the most wacky, stereotypical, blue-haired, overweight, furious, you know, fact-free, terrible lesbian, you know...
So these people, right, this whole anti-SJW stuff, they start framing feminism as a war on men. They would frame diversity and, you know, having black characters and things as anti-white bias. And increasingly, anything that was considered left-wing was anti-Western propaganda. These narratives are effective not because they're accurate, but because they plug into the exact same insecurity that young men always feel. The exact same feelings of angst, alienation, and just trying to figure out your identity that, in past, rappers like Eminem and Tyler Creator tapped into. Eminem and Tyler Creator were also edgy. They would also say rude stuff, misogynistic stuff, homophobic stuff. And whilst in the modern palette we understand this is inappropriate, you have to remember that back then these were just feelings that were never channeled into politics, but were just vented and expressed, never channeled towards political ends. And to the modern white boy, There can be a psychological
houses, we could
discomfort
make a
when you
small
go
city
from
there,
being in
don't
the
you think?
past the main character in everything, every game, every movie, to shifting into being just another demographic. That loss of status, that loss of position can threaten the identity of the young white boy. And that is important because it ties into lots of narratives that young white people are sold. We were always told growing up that you need to be the big strong man. You need to be like the people that rule the world. The heroes that you would see through film, TV and history. So if all that expectation is on the young white man, they are supposed to be the hero, leader, provider, but increasingly, economically, when the middle class dream of owning a house and affording to have a family is slipping away, becoming less and less possible, you have lost that assumed
Work, lads, we
position
need to
of
make this
status
place
that
look
you were
better.
supposed to have in society. That can feel painful. You can feel like a loser, like a failure, like you are not a real man. Psychologists call this precarious manhood. This is the idea that manhood isn't a thing that you just have by default, but rather it is a status that you have to continuously earn and prove through action. But as we say, when the economy makes this increasingly hard to do, young men start to get desperate. And in the modern day, instead of just expressing these
Why do
young
birds always
man
seem like they're
feelings
plotting
through the
something?
expressive, introspective, and explorative release valve of culture, art, and community, algorithms increasingly seek to turn this into an ideology which attempts to consolidate power politically and permanently fix the problem. Make the bad feelings stop. Make it all go away, please. And if this was channeled politically into a class consciousness, a shared feeling that all people of society feel this same feeling of being downtrodden by an oppressive system, working together to fix it, great, that would be great, but that's not what fucking happened, was it?
Just outside of the perimeter for the UKIP mass deportation march, and look how many police are here today. And
your Christianity is not the cowardly, wimpish Christianity that you want to make it. My Christianity is the Christianity that defeated Islamic Jihad 3 times.
Fuck the woman! Fuck the woman!
What?
No, wait. We love women. We love women. We love women. But not like transgender.
Yes, sir.
We love everybody. No. All gays should die.
So what we have to understand, right, is that these online ideological identities are primarily experienced and fed by a highly monetizable content machine. And the monetization of it primarily shapes the identity itself. So the culture that emerges from these spaces online often is shaped less so by just the people inside it, and more so by what performs well on the platform which is hosting them. And so this causes a radicalization, a race to becoming more and more extreme. Because unfortunately for these ideological identities, the thing that typically forms the best on these platforms are the things that provoke the most raw, intense feeling. Anger, fear, resentment, conflict, envy. So with that, you end up with these very strange online identities forming, usually riddled with contradictions that basically just don't make sense. From the Mexican white nationalist Nick Fuentes to the Filipino sort of white nationalist anti-Jewish guy Sneeko to extreme misogynist and also sort of white supremacist, I don't get it, Andrew Tate, clavicular, HS Tiki Toki, the anti-Jewish misogynist, guy who wears KKK robes, Myron Gaines.
But then some guys are like, hell fucking no. I've noticed with black dudes, they don't like doing that
The
shit.
Yamolt guy.
Guys, we're all like,
The Yamolt guy who hates Jews.
We have this
There's all these
strange
weird
mix of
people.
Some of whom
John-
love Hitler,
Ben Shapiro.
like doing Nazi salutes, whilst
Yep.
many of them are also
Are
black.
like black, yeah, or Jew. What?
It may seem very confusing, but this is the algorithm at play, baby. Because nothing is more surprising than seeing a black man wearing KKK robes or a black man doing a Nazi salute. And from here, yeah, there's a whole cottage industry of shock merchants and outrage farmers who, to their audience of often very young men, not even just white men, it's strangely diverse. Through their content, they make you feel scared, angry, desperate, jealous, but also laughter, bullying. They channel all of these feelings into attention, and then that attention into revenue for them. And so as our lives become increasingly consumed by the internet, our phone is in our pocket, constantly recording everywhere you go. As these old market-free communal spaces are disappearing, when young men go and look for meaning and identity, they find them in these ready-made, aestheticized online identities. Whether it's a hyper-masculine Sigma man or the ethno-nationalist LARPer, all of them are packaged and monetized online in the exact same way as cottagecore or blokecore. All are built as empty aesthetics whose identity and behavior is driven by an algorithm incentivizing outrageous behavior to gain attention. So if that means talking like Nazis, saying Hitler is cool, or wearing a Jeffrey Epstein jumper because that is the single most shocking thing that you can say or do, guaranteeing it will go viral, then that is exactly what's going to happen. And yeah, 99% of this political right-wing stuff is happening just on Twitter, but even when it happens in the real world, even if there's protests, the protesters are almost outnumbered often by live streamers. People go there just to film it, to make these big visual moments on Twitter so they can comment on it, so they can give their take on it.
And one thing that I found really, really interesting that I saw there was there were the actual number of protesters. So that there were protesters protesting against hotels, and there were counter-protesters protesting against the protesters. The number of protesters was not that huge, but what there were a huge number of was citizen journalists. Just a guy or a woman with a camera, sort of live streaming, doing selfies, showing the protest and uploading the video to Facebook. And there were loads and loads and loads of these guys. And it was really, really noticeable how much media presence there was relative to what was actually a relatively small protest.
So I think it's pretty clear that this whole thing, this sort of like right-wing young white boy identity, it all came to a head in the second Donald Trump election, where young men swung noticeably to the right. All the podcast bros got behind Donald Trump. Influencers were framing him like he's this anti-establishment figure.
Censorship. You know, I don't know if you saw what Elon had posted. Elon basically showed if you were to Google Donald Trump about a week ago, all you see is Kamala. That's all you see is Kamala. It's crazy. Google was really, really trying to push her.
And this whole online media approach to get Donald Trump elected, this strategy was really effective, tapping into that young male angst. But you see, what really stands out to me and what really feels interesting is just how unoriginal it all was. Now let me explain what I mean by that, right? When we had this right-wing online bro swing to Trump, it really felt like a performative and aestheticized version of elements of 2000s culture. When you see Theo Von interviewing Donald Trump asking about cocaine, it just felt like an episode of Ali G.
No, I would just do cocaine. That was really, yeah. So not just, yeah. That's down and dirty, right?
And what is the problem with ice cream?
I have no idea.
It drips.
Okay.
So my idea is what?
To make a drip-proof ice cream.
No. That's the fucking brilliant idea.
When YouTubers started to bring back edgy slurs like the F word or the R word, it just sounded like Step Brothers.
Maybe we should just both bang her. Put up with them in the meantime. Who's doing it? You.
Or when you see streamers doing these deliberate provocations, these aggressive debates and big dramatic real-life stunts, to me it felt somewhere between like Jerry Springer and Jackass. And it just goes to show how similar the feelings are, but the difference being that in the 2000s, all of these angsty feelings were expressed through subculture as a way of dealing with confusing feelings and emotions you don't understand, has now instead turned into...
Did you see how he played? I used to play like this. I used to put both of my fingers on the fucking four buttons.
Thousands, all of the...
So you can hit them all at once.
Feelings were expressed through subculture as a way of dealing with confusing feelings and emotions you don't understand, has now instead turned into trying to solve these feelings through politics and power. This right here is the significant shift in culture. See, I'm not just old and out of touch. I proved it. Shit was better back in my day. However, right, I say all this, and it is true, there was a young male swing to Donald Trump. There's certainly a young white groyper, white nationalist movement that exists. However, the narrative that young men have en masse swung super hard to the far right, that narrative, I'm gonna be honest, is exaggerated. Like, Trump definitely improved his performance with young men. In 2024, way beyond what people expected, with young men aged 16 to 29 voting for Trump by 56%. But it really does go to show just how volatile these identities are. Where you jump forward to now, and Donald Trump's approval rating is incredibly low amongst young men aged 18 to 29. Just 25% of them approve of him, 67% disapprove. And across Europe, it's a different story as well. Youth politics still leans overwhelmingly to the left in most countries. In Britain, I mean, reform amongst the young age demographic are doing terribly, while the very left-wing Green Party are doing very well.
Go Green Party!
But also young men. And these have all different cultural contexts, right? In the UK, we have
Go Green
lived
Party!
under a very right-wing government for 14 years, and we have witnessed our lives not really be improved. The younger demographic feel left out in the political conversation where...
You know, I want to watch something, so I will. I haven't been talking a whole lot because I just sort of take it all in these days. I just take it all in. I've got some cognitive issue, and I just listen to it now. I want to watch something. Let's see if we can pull it.
Statement, and then Cindy
so far,
and Mark
we're doing
will
great
ask
work, don't you think?
a few audience questions. So, welcome, Rob Naven.
Thank you very much, Amy, for all of you coming here today and all the organization to put it together so quickly. I come here often, as you know, and it's nice to see the energy level. It's nice to see important subjects being discussed and important questions being asked. And you can contrast the subject.
I voted for this man for 12 years.
Matter in the questions. It's like day and night compared to the debates and questions and interviews of the major party candidates. I was listening to the candidates, Cynthia McKinney and Jared Ball and Cat Swift and Jesse Johnson and Scott and Kent Messer, yeah, who doesn't even look like a green, which is a good sign. So you get somebody, who, and it's very important to note this, you get somebody who is in government, isn't working in areas that often don't reflect green backgrounds, then you know something is spreading. So I've been given 7 minutes, and I'm not accustomed to that, but I'm going to try to compress this in the following manner, because what we have to do when we talk about injustice is get people indignant, who ordinarily would not get indignant, even though they know about this injustice. I mean, in a Business Week poll in 2000, 72% of the people polled said they thought corporations had far too much control over their lives. And that was before the corporate crime wave that started with Enron and the looting and draining of trillions of dollars from pensions and small investments.
I miss real leadership. We don't have it anymore. I think he was even better than Obama.
And workers. You can imagine what it would be. Now, 70% of the people want out of Iraq. They oppose the Bush-Cheney criminal regime on that important quagmire. And yet nothing moves. And that's a sign that there's a huge blockage operating. And so we have to touch people with descriptions and narrations of different kinds of corporate control, because some kinds of corporate control will leave people cold. A lot of people don't really have empathy to
what do you think those dots in the sky are?
Exposure to business crime, predatory lending, and rent-to-own rackets, and payday loan interest rates of 400%, and landlord abuses, and asbestos and lead. Other people resonate with the corporate seizure of our tax dollar, where a huge portion of the tax dollar that goes to Washington is cycled back to corporate welfare, bailouts, all the usual things that we've heard about. Now they're trying to bail out the banks. People who really get angry about that. And we've got to enter that constituency as well. And there are people who are really upset about the desecration of our Constitution. Isn't it interesting? There's a push to ban the Constitution, the desecration of the flag, but not the desecration of the Constitution. And here we have a criminal war, a war of aggression, bluntly called the war of choice in Iraq. And what happens? It violates the Constitution repeatedly. It violates federal statutes, international treaties that we are signatories to. We have the force of federal law. We have the most impeachable president and vice president in American history. War of aggression, torture, violation of civil rights and civil liberties, arrests of thousands of people without charges, imprisonment without
Republicans.
We have the signing statements, which is a suction of the constitutional authority that's ascribed to Congress. So there are people upset with that. There are people upset with another kind of circle of control. That is blocking us from accessing our own government and turning our government into a servant of the people. That means the courts, the Congress, the state legislatures, and the executive branch at the national and state level. Every single agency, department in Washington is overwhelmingly controlled by corporations. They have 10,000 political action committees. They put their high executives in high government positions, and they have 35,000 full-time lobbyists connected with their supporters around the country. Just imagine it. Even the Labor Department is not controlled by the trade unions. It's controlled by corporations. So it isn't just the government under the control of corporations. The government is the corporation now. The corporation is the government. And if you look at what Blackwater, the stories and the outsourcing to Halliburton, more and more government functions, hundreds of billions of dollars, are being contracted out to corporations. Corporations now monitor welfare rights.
And this was 20 years ago. Imagine how bad it's been after 20 years.
Screening, they monitor national security screening for people who want to work in government. These are private corporations performing government functions. That's the kind of thing that Franklin Delano Roosevelt called fascism. In 1938, he said, when government is controlled by private economic power, that is fascism. He said that to the Congress. Some people are really upset about the greed and power that the minimum makes $11,000 an hour, 8 hours a day, and workers are making $6.50, $7, $8, $9, $10 an hour in Walmart. And that's not the highest paid executive. People feel that that's not fair for some reason. There are people who are upset about corporate control of our genes, our genetic inheritance, which they're now patenting gene sequences. They're upset the way corporations undermine parental authority, create a lot of friction in the household by marketing direct to children. Junk food, junk drink, junk toys, military toys, violent programming, etc. That reaches another constituency of people. There are people who are really upset about that they can't have their voice. They can't be heard. The corporations control our public airways, although we own them. They control our public lands, although we own them. They control our public research and development dollars, which give free drugs to the drug companies, and then they sock it to us for credible prices, and it's government, it's owned by the people. Those dollars, research development that develop the semiconductor industry and aerospace and biotech and a lot of the pharmaceutical industry, they weren't done by these corporations. They didn't want
I miss Ralph. I saw him speak once live in Denver at the Magnus Arena, and he sued my jangled nerves because it had been like, a few years of 9/11 and it was terrible, and he was a light in the darkness.
Government, tax dollars, your tax dollars. Some people really get upset about that. And so you have to interface with more and more people, different cycles of corporate control. There are all kinds of great books that have come out. Naomi Klein's book on the shock doctrine takes the corporate government connections globally to a new level. Brand new book by David K. Johnston, the Pulitzer Prize reporter for the New York Times, called No Free Lunch Will Outrage in the way that the middle class tax dollar is being seized in so many ways by corporations and rich people who use tax havens and all kinds of maneuvers to not only take it away but actually to distort public budgets. Half of our federal operating budget is now military expenditures. No more Soviet Union. Communist China is not a threat. They want our jobs and industry, and our companies are obliging. Some people are very upset at the lack of patriotism of corporations. These corporations were born in the USA. They became very, very profitable on the sweat of workers. When they had to be bailed out, they went to Washington. When they got in trouble overseas in their exploitation, they called on the U.S. Marines. And yet they have no allegiance whatsoever to our country or community, other than control them or abandon them to communist China or some other oligarchic or dictatorial regime where they can pollute at will and grind the workers down to a frazzle. Some people are really upset about that. Others are upset about the devastation of the air and water and soil that are the prerequisites of life.
It was beautiful,
on Earth,
wasn't it?
And how there seem to be no boundaries to the greed and power of the commercial instinct driven by corporate hegemony. Control of our elections, control of our media, control of the workplace, control of technology, and control of our government. They go for total control. Anybody who doubts that, go back to history. How far did corporations or the business community go when they could go as far as they wanted to? It's called slavery. It's called sweatshops in the third world. It's called denying the basic necessities of human beings in order to get that nth degree of profit and greed and power, which is why every major religion warned its adherents, do not give too much power to the commercial interests, to the merchant class, because it brooks no tolerance when it collides against human rights, civic values, access to democracy, the voice of the people, health and safety.
Yeah, corporations don't care about that.
Now, what do we have for assets? We have enormous solutions to so many of our problems. Energy, solar energy, renewable energy, geothermal energy, massive efficiencies, sustainability, recycling, housing. We don't know how to provide housing for people in this country. We should be ashamed of it.
Yeah, we should be ashamed of it.
Where they can build housing from the dirt under the peasants' feet.
Not yet, traveler.
There are hundreds of ways to provide housing. Taxes. We don't know how to reform the taxes. We had a conference in June last year, which is online entirely. It's called Tame
Hello, friend.
Corporation.
It's a pleasure to see you. Did you bring the thing?
And it took the challenge to corporate power to its furthest degree in terms of concept
We can't keep living like this.
and the two principal umbrellas.
Don't try anything stupid.
That the sovereignty of the people must be constitutionally and statutorily supreme and must subordinate the power of the corporate entity. Subordination. And the second, subordination of the corporations to the sovereignty of the people must ring from coast to coast as a political issue. And the second is displacement. Every time we move in populist venues, like Medicare for All,
Did you see that
displaces
sunset
the
last night?
grasping,
It was
gouging
beautiful,
health
wasn't it?
insurance industry. Solar Energy displaces Exxon and Peabody Coal. Organic agriculture and community
Did you enjoy
agriculture
it?
undermines the giant
Hi, beautiful
agribusiness
kitty.
corporation. This kind of alternative
my
economy
beautiful kitty.
displaces, weakens, and eventually will supplant.
Okay, I think we got the idea here. It's been a lot longer than 7 minutes. He took 30.
It seems to be dominated by people just wanting to talk about immigrants. And lots of young men are seeing through it. Across Europe, roughly 1 in 5 young men support a far-right party. Whilst it has grown from the past, this is still very far from the story of the far-right swing of young men for Trump, like in America. Probably there is an element that European culture and European societies are less alienating in their design compared to United States. Community spaces, walkable streets can reduce the feeling that society is some kind of brutal zero-sum competition for status. It might be easy to believe that stuck in a small suburb where people are addicted to painkillers in the hyper-capitalist hellscape of America, but a little bit harder to believe that if you're sat having a 3-hour meal with your friends in walkable streets in France. The truth is, in a lot of European societies, but Britain in particular, young men aren't all flocking to become hyper-masculine, ultra-nationalist white supremacists. But also what is starting to happen is young people are starting to rebel against the algorithm. You see it in the return of analog hobbies, things like vinyl collecting, film, photography, DVDs, reading groups, climbing gyms, amateur sport leagues, community workshops, dance collectives, music nights, etc. And whilst I will critique the elements of online culture that are negative, it is important to look at what Gen Z are doing and see what is good of it. Their memes, their language, their style. They are very creative, very open-minded people, and they have a lot of potential. And hopefully, as time will go past, they'll probably find a way of utilizing the internet to help build communities. I mean, recently I saw this video which was of a roller skating community in London. Like old school 80s roller ring disco kind of thing, but making new tricks. They had a new style. It was like predominantly young black people. It was really interesting.
I saw it on my For You page one day, innit? And I just decided to pick up because it looks sick. I friends are in it.
Basically, it was my cousin. He got me into skating. I saw everyone skating on my TikTok. Jumped on. Yeah, lit.
I was skating before, but seeing my close friends actually skate, it's inspired me to get better, and it just brings peace as well.
And these are the things, right? These elements that exist is what we and is what the political class should be trying to help, to fund more, to give support, to encourage. It is important to create spaces where young people can just fuck around and they have a societal benefit. If you think about the scenes that created big cultural movements, Liverpool's music clubs in the 60s, the Bronx block parties that created hip hop, London's punk venues in the 70s, grime kids in council estates in the 90s. Often, a lot of these things that became massive industries and cultural identities for people years to come basically were spawned by young kids on unemployment benefits, fucking around and creating something new and eventually building entire industries out of it.
Some of us have got jobs, most hadn't. We spent 6 months, 5 days a week, from 9 or 10 in the morning till 5 at night, learning to play instruments.
This is why we complain about austerity. Shutting down youth clubs and venues, or when parks lose funding, you're not just
That's how I
removing
feel about video
places where
games.
young people can stay out of trouble. You're removing the social infrastructure that allows the future of culture and industry to form. Relationships, networks, inside jokes, style, humor, and ultimately deep, rich, grounded identities. But you see, when those social spaces disappear, and they have been increasingly, what steps in to fill that vacuum is the algorithm. And the algorithm only has one objective: to keep you watching. So honestly, like, the real solution to the white boy identity crisis is for us to rebuild these communities and for us to push governments to fund the building of real world spaces. If those kids are rollerblading in a Sainsbury's car park, the government should be funding that and building that. Help them build a space that is theirs, that they enjoy, for no other reason than they want it. And by doing that, we start to build identity through community and culture, not through whatever the algorithm believes will keep you on the platform for the longest. We need to put rules and regulations on this tech so it can't exploit our vulnerable feelings and emotions in the first place. And if we do that, then those raw feelings, those angsty white boy feelings, and feelings that every young person experiences, can be channeled into something communal and collective that will go on to define their identities for the rest of their life.
You used to watch Jackass and think it was cinema, white boy, because it was. Now you have a newsletter. Now you have thoughts on stoicism. Now you say, I've been really intentional lately, white boy. Now you listen to a 4-hour conversation between two men discussing discipline in a room full of supplements. Now you have a cold plunge, white boy. You bought a cold plunge. There's a tub of freezing water in your garage, white boy, and you get in it voluntarily and you think this is growth. Ryan Sheckler did not need a cold plunge. Ryan Sheckler just skated. Don't forget who you are, white boy.
If you enjoyed that video, be sure to support me on Patreon. It massively helps me support the team. Like the video, subscribe to the channel. I'll catch you in the next one. Peace.
I've been playing ESO for over 8 years, which means I've sat through my fair share of major ESO content reveals. The good ones, the mid ones, and the downright atrocious ones. Listen, sometimes these reveals feel like a total flop, like when we got a Companions or a fucking card game. In all fairness, I get that these things are totally subjective. I just personally tend to prefer updates that give us things that shake up everyday gameplay for a majority of players, preferably for the better. Like when we get new classes or major game systems that everyone can appreciate, from casual players to hardcore sweats, new players, and veterans alike. Well, every once in a blue moon, the ESO developers reveal a first look at their plans for the year that really resonates with me and genuinely excites me for the months to come. I'm relieved to say that the most recent content reveal is one of those cases.
I used to play a lot of ESO. I've got like 1,000 hours in ESO on PlayStation and PC. And like, I kind of miss the game, but I also know that it's not my game. But I wonder sometimes if they made the combat better, because it's like my main complaint about this game was the combat. It has a cool PvP system in it if they were to make the combat good, but they didn't make the combat weighty enough.
The ESO
and it was far too grindy. And it's about as basic as an RPG comes in terms of the quest system, but its crafting was really good. I actually enjoyed the crafting a lot, although I felt it was stymied by this terrible auction house system. There's problems with the game.
Developers are trying out some pretty different things this year. If you've been keeping up with ESO news lately, you're probably sick and tired of hearing that overused phrase by now. And
I have. Yeah, you guys are always promising some big change to ESO. There's never a change. It's the same old piece of shit game from 2010. It's not even as good as any of the Elder Scrolls games. It's stupid. I played it a lot and it's held my attention. In terms of a social game, it's actually pretty strong. You can meet people over the VoIP and it is good like that, but I don't need that anymore. I don't really need that in my life. I did that enough in Rust and I began to understand that it's kind of a trap. You end up like just going to a Discord or a group of people and talking all the time and not doing anything. I don't know.
The reason why I've bothered to repeat it is because a lot of these kinds of unconventional, experimental content updates are going to be showcased in this video. And we're getting a lot of unique content this year, which has me pretty excited. We're talking solo dungeons, ship battle.
I've made 40 million. I made 40 million off this ice up already, and I might make more because it looks like it's kind of going slow, actually. Yeah, 40 million might be pretty fucking good. I mean, yeah, like 80 million, that's pretty good, like to do that like once a day. Pretty good.
Like, what even is that, dude? An overland difficulty system?
No, wait. Naval combat. What do you mean naval combat?
And we're getting a lot of unique content this year, which has me pretty excited. We're talking solo dungeons,
I don't care about that.
Like, what even is...
What do you mean naval combat? You're lying.
That, dude. An overland difficulty system.
Oh, yeah, but when is that, though?
A new PvP reward system, dynamic events, dogs playing poker, the back rooms.
Oh, he's a soldier, is he? Oh, yes, he is. Light the damn bomb, you idiot. What? They're inside for some reason. Big swarm. The headshot kills him. It's awesome. Nice, no damage, and it was like 20 zombies. It was good. Wish more of them dropped loot. It is 6 in the morning. Yeah. I threw bombs. It was fun to throw bombs, but they kind of like dudded some of them. I chained an explosion, which was cool. It did reduce a bunch of them down. Shouldn't have thrown that many, maybe. 4 points available. I'll take some. Well, no, I want to finish out agility, I guess, if I'm going to do it. Yeah. We'll go archery, gymnast, deep cuts, swordsman. I'm hungry.
A cartel? Finally, some proper Mexican representation.
That was very, very racist.
A cartel? Finally, some proper Mexican representation. And more. Normally,
that was very, very racist. Let's get off this channel. Yeah, and you're not going to save ESO with stuff like that. I'm sorry.
This video is brought to you by Incogni. Take a look at this face. What do you notice? I'm a white boy.
This video is sponsored by FlexiSpot. Skyrim gives us so much freedom, it's easy to assume we're playing it right just by doing whatever we want. But over the years and dozens of playthroughs, I've started to notice a pattern. There are these small quiet mistakes most of us make without even realizing it. Nothing game-breaking or dramatic, but over time they can flatten the experience, chip away at immersion, and make the game just feel thinner than it really is. So today we're unpacking 10 Skyrim mistakes most players never notice, and how a few small changes can make the world feel alive again. Let's begin. You wouldn't be alone if you thought the main quest was the best way to kick things off in Skyrim. Like many players, you might race to complete Dragon Rising, thinking it's just another early milestone, a quick ticket to shouts, dragons, and the proper version of the open world. And in a sense, it is. Killing Myrmidon and being declared a Dragonborn feels like crossing a threshold, one of those cinematic, lore-heavy moments RPGs are built on. But what the game doesn't tell us is that this moment quietly reshapes the entire rhythm of our playthrough. Because once dragons are awake, they never really go back to sleep, do they? From that point on, they start appearing at random, crashing down on villages, spawning at fast travel points, interrupting quests mid-dialogue like giant scaly toddlers with no sense of timing. And if you're underleveled figuring out your build, those encounters stop feeling epic and start feeling like chores. 1 minute you're picking flowers in an idyllic spot, the next you're sprinting uphill while a dragon—
Yeah, I never thought about this, but yeah, I don't want to go do the MSQ because it means dragons spawn on the land. I never thought about that.
Dragon torches the tree line and a saber cat joins in like it's a group project. It's not that dragons
It's true, it's true.
aren't impressive, they are, especially the first few times, but when we're just trying to buy iron ingots in Whiterun and one dive bombs the marketplace for the 4th time, the magic definitely wears thin. What many players miss, I think, is that Skyrim doesn't punish us for waiting. We don't need to trigger the dragons right away. In fact, holding off on Dragon Rising gives the world room to breathe, and gives us time to grow into it. It's like arriving in a new city and choosing to walk the streets before buying a car. It's not about avoiding the challenge, it's about pacing. And that's the quiet irony. In a game that promises freedom, a lot of us rush to lock in the chaos before we've even seen what peace actually looks like. But once those dragons wake up, they don't let you forget you're the one who stirred them. The bastards. There's a moment in almost every playthrough where we start to feel the pull of efficiency. We've got quests stacking up, cities unlocked, and dragons to slay on the other side of the map. So we open the journal, pick the next task, and without really thinking, click a city name, skip the road, and hop straight to the front gate. And just like that, we've made one of Skyrim's easiest to miss mistakes: fast traveling everywhere. I mean, it is understandable. The world is huge, and sometimes we just want to move things along. But when fast travel becomes the default, we quietly miss out on what makes the game feel truly alive. The random encounters, the strange little side paths, the weather turning as we cross a mountain pass. These things don't show up on the map, but they're often the most memorable parts of a journey. Walking or riding between places gives Skyrim space to breathe. It's in that quiet space between destinations that stories start to form. Maybe we follow a fox to a hidden shrine, or we spot a ruin off the path and end up in a quest we didn't even know existed. None of that happens when we skip ahead. This doesn't mean fast travel is bad, it's a tool, and a useful one. But when we rely on it too much, we flatten the world into a checklist. And Skyrim is built to be more than that. So next time, try taking the long way. Let the world unfold a little. Sure, you'll arrive there slower, but at least you'll get there with a story. One of the most quietly powerful moments in Skyrim happens right after Helgen. We've just survived a dragon attack, picked Hadvar or Ralof, and stepped into a world that suddenly feels both huge and full of possibility. There's a kind of a stillness in that moment, the sense that anything could happen. And as we walk the winding path through the trees, still unsure of where we're headed or who we're becoming, we stumble upon something curious down by the river. 3 ancient stones glowing in the morning light. The Guardian Stones feel like a reward for paying attention. They don't make a big show of themselves, but they're positioned just off the path, close enough to find, but far enough to feel like a discovery. And for many of us, they represent our first real decision of what kind of character we want to be: warrior, mage, or thief. It's a choice that feels foundational, almost like setting a tone for the rest of the game. And so we choose one and set off, confident we know who we are. I've picked the Warrior Stone more times than I can count, thinking I'd commit to heavy armor, two-handed weapons, you know, the whole Nord package. And I did for a time, but somewhere along the way, as always seems to happen, I ended up crouched atop a hill with a bow, sniping bandits from the shadows as a full-time stealth archer. I mean, can you blame me? So that old Warrior Stone wasn't really doing me any favors anymore, and I simply forgot it was there. And that's the point. Skyrim doesn't remind us to update our standing stone because it trusts us to notice when we've changed. These stones aren't meant to be a one-time boost at the start of the game. They're a way to stay in sync with who our character is now, not just who we thought they'd be 10 levels ago. Whether you're branching into magic, investing in crafting, or just playing around with a new combat style, there's almost always a better fit. The Steed Stone if you're tired of being over-encumbered, the Lover Stone if you're leveling broadly, the Atronach if you're fed up with spellcasters. So if it's been a while since you last checked your active effects, it might be worth taking a small detour, because when that alignment with your character clicks into place,
what sign am
your
I?
gear, your perks, and even your standing stone all support the way you're
Yeah, what am I an Atronach? No, my mono comes back. I chose Mage Stone. When I cap out, I'll go Atronach, but I mean right now I'm going Mage Stone. What did I just see?
actually playing, the game becomes that much more immersive. Skyrim doesn't stop us from becoming everything, and that's part of its charm. 1 minute we're shouting dragons out of the sky, the next we're adopting kids, sneaking through Dwemer ruins, brewing poisons in the woods, and moonlighting as a vampire lord. The game is happy to let us be a little bit of everything, and for a while it feels like we should. I mean, why wouldn't we want to see all the content? Why not roll it all into one ultimate Dragon Ball? But somewhere along the way it starts to feel less like role-playing and more like plate spinning. Each new questline adds another identity, another set of priorities, factions, and worldviews that slowly start to stack up on each other until they blur into noise. And what happens then is that we start making choices not because they suit the character, but because we're trying to keep our options open. That's when the game starts to feel thin. We're not inhabiting the world anymore, we're vacuuming it up. We stop asking who our character is and start asking what they haven't done yet. And that subtle shift changes everything. Even now, as the Welsh wizard in these fabulous purple robes, flinging spells across Tamriel, I still feel that tension. But that role only came into focus because I leaned into it. I committed. And honestly, it took sharing that character with you guys to realize how powerful a little narrative focus can actually be. So, thank you. Skyrim rewards that kind of focus. Playing a thief who never touches magic, or a warrior who doesn't sneak, isn't missing out. It's choosing a shape, a version of the world that only exists when we walk through it in character. Now that doesn't mean we need to make a new character for every faction or moral path, but picking a direction even loosely grounds everything. Maybe it's a cynical ex-mercenary who gets pulled into the Thieves Guild. Maybe it's a bright-eyed mage who never dream of joining the Dark Brotherhood. When our characters have preferences like this, even soft ones, the game starts to reflect them. So if you're 10 hours in and already stretched thin, consider pulling back. Let this version of the Dragonborn be someone, even if they don't see it all. Because Skyrim isn't just a game about doing, it's a game about becoming. And sometimes the most powerful thing you can do is just pick a path and mean it. And speaking of commitment, yes, I'm dressed like this now. It's funny how easy it is to forget the one thing that makes our character truly different from every other adventurer in Skyrim. We're the Dragonborn. We eat dragon souls. We shout ancient words of power that can hurl a frostole off a cliff or slow time itself. And somehow we still end up pulling out a bow or sword like it's just another day in the companions. Part of it is habit, I think. Skyrim's combat teaches us early on to rely on weapons, magic, or stealth, skills we level, upgrade, or specialize in. Shouts, by comparison, don't have that same clear progression path. They don't sit neatly in a skill tree, and they're not really tied to flashy new gear or perks. So even though they're arguably the most unique ability in the game, they quietly drift to the back of our toolkit, out of sight, out of mind. And then there's the cooldowns. The way you use a shout once and then wait, it can feel like you're being punished for experimenting. So we stop, telling ourselves we'll save it for a big fight. But then the big fight comes, and we forget again because it's not second nature. What happens eventually is that shouts become less like tools and more like novelties, something we use once during the main quest and then put on the shelf, like a museum piece. However, when we do remember to use them, especially the ones that suit our playstyle, it's like discovering a whole new rhythm to combat. A stealth archer using Throw Voice to create a distraction, or a battle mage using Become Ethereal to charge their master spell without taking damage. It's not about shouting all the time, it's about finding where it fits. Sometimes I think it helps to think of shouts less like spells and more like punctuation, a way to add force, surprise, or control to the flow of a fight. And the more we weave them in, the more it starts to feel like our Dragonborn is actually living up to the title. So if it's been a while since you fusradard someone off a cliff, or even just whispered Lascianir to see life glowing through a dungeon wall, try bringing that power back into your rotation. The voice of the Dragonborn isn't just lore, it's yours.
Use your powers.
There's this quiet kind of friction that creeps into our Skyrim sessions without us even noticing it. A few hours in, and we're pausing the game every minute just to dig through our inventory, scrolling past iron daggers and cheeseburgers, hunting for the one shout, spell, or potion we actually need. And it's not that the menus themselves are bad, it's that we start treating them like our main interface with the world, instead of, well, the world. And the culprit, more often than not, is that little mechanic so many of us skip past. The favorite system. It's not flashy, it's not a quest, I don't think it's even a tutorial. It's just a simple way to pin the tools we use most often so they're ready for when we actually need them. And yet, how often do we forget to use it? I'll be honest, I never used it. Not once. Not in all the years I've been playing Skyrim.
What?
Looking back now, I honestly...
You don't use the favorites?
Don't want to know how much time I've spent rummaging through menus instead of actually playing. With the absurd amount of hours I put into this
you
game,
might be bad.
I'd be talking full days lost to inventory Tetris. Days.
Yeah, I think
all
you're
because
bad.
I didn't take 5 minutes to set up a favorites menu. And the wild thing is, it wasn't even a conscious choice. I just never thought it would make a meaningful difference. But that's the thing, when we don't favorite anything, we're constantly pulling ourselves out of the moment. It's immersion breaking, but more than that, it's draining. We're adding dozens of tiny interruptions to a game that thrives on flow. And it's not just combat, even something like switching from a torch to a pickaxe becomes this clunky routine. Multiply that by every dungeon, every dragon, every trip to the blacksmith, and suddenly we've spent more time clicking through lists than actually playing. And while I haven't used favourites myself, I can absolutely see how, over time, it would be like oiling the gears of your playthrough. Subtle at first, but deeply felt. So maybe this is your sign. If you've been playing the way I have all these years, maybe it's worth finally giving favourites a shot. We've all been there, standing knee-deep in a Draugr crypt, staring at a rusty iron war axe worth 30 gold, wondering if we might need it later. Not because it's better than what we're using, not because it's really interesting, but because, well, it might sell for a bit of coin. But slowly, almost without noticing, we turn into hoarders in steel armor, slogging through snow caves and spider dens, over-encumbered, constantly juggling inventory space, and opening the menu every 5 minutes just to decide which piece of junk is slightly less worthless than the rest. And the irony is, we do all this to feel prepared, but end up weighed down by things we'll probably never use. And I say that as someone who's been over-encumbered more times than I can count. I've dumped gear onto followers like they were walking wardrobes, summoned Arvak just to trot awkwardly to the nearest town, the portal, even pulled out the Dremora merchant and servant like some kind of emergency roadside recovery crew. Basically every trick in the book, except the one that really mattered. Putting things down. Because I think deep down I didn't want to admit to myself that I'd created the weight I was struggling with. Not the game, me. I made the mess. And for a long time I didn't want to own that. Skyrim is a game that quietly nudges us toward excess. More gold, more gear, more options. And that's fine, up to a point. But the moment our backpack becomes a second dungeon we have to sort through, we're not gaining an advantage, we're trading flow for friction. That smooth, immersive rhythm of exploring, looting, and progressing starts to get interrupted by micro-decisions that honestly don't matter in the long run. But no, we tell ourselves it's for crafting, or for later, or for selling at the next shop. But let's be honest here, most of us never even use the 43 soul gems we've been lugging around since level 9. What starts as preparation becomes a burden, one we carry out of habit, not need. There's a kind of a freedom that comes from letting go of the just-in-case mindset, from trusting that we'll find what we need when we need it, that every sword we don't pick up is one less thing we have to sort, one less stop at a vendor, one more moment we get to stay present in the world. And in a game as beautifully detailed as Skyrim, those moments add up. So next time you're tempted to scoop up every last potion and pelt, ask yourself this.
Oh,
Am I
headshot.
carrying this because it's useful, or because I'm afraid to let it go? Because the truth of the matter is, we don't need to carry everything, just enough to keep moving. We've all had that moment of opening the question or only to see a wall of unchecked boxes, half-finished errands, and mysterious objectives we can't even remember picking up. It creeps up on us. 1 minute we're chasing bandits for a Jarl we barely spoke to, and the next we're knee-deep in Daedric conspiracies, civil war politics, and a delivery for someone in Markarth we forgot to finish 3 play sessions ago. It's not that we meant to lose track of things, it just sort of happened. And when that list gets too long, the tone of play changes. Instead of feeling like an open world full of possibilities, it begins to feel like a to-do list we're constantly behind on. And that subtle sense of pressure of playing catch-up rather than playing in the moment can wear on us before we even realise it. It's not that Skyrim punishes us for letting quests pile up, but it does become harder to feel connected to what we're doing. When we're juggling 20 unrelated objectives, it's easy to lose the thread of the story, or forget why a certain character mattered to us in the first place. What helps is to think of the journal as less like a shopping list and more like a backpack. The more we cram into it, the harder it is to find what matters. And sometimes we just need to pause and unpack a little. Clear out the clutter, track just a few things at a time, and allow ourselves the space to actually live inside those quests rather than just collecting them like souvenirs. You don't have to finish everything, just find one thing that still feels exciting and go from there. Skyrim gives us so much freedom that it's easy to focus on the parts we're naturally drawn to. For me, that's always been stats, numbers, mechanics, understanding how the systems work and squeezing the most from it. That's where my curiosity lives. So when it comes to books, conversations, or long records stuff on Nordic ruins, I mostly skip them. Not out of disrespect, of course, just habit. I think my brain's more wired for efficiency and practicality, but honestly, who knows what's going on in there half the time. If I were to do a full playthrough now though, I'd think I'd try to slow down. I'd take the time to actually notice the world around me, not just the layout of a dungeon or the quickest path to a skill upgrade, but the context. Because the more time you spend in Skyrim, the more you realise it's not just a game of combat and quests. It's a place layered with quiet stories, and when we ignore them, we miss the thread that holds everything together. You don't have to be some lore expert to appreciate that, and you definitely don't have to read every single book or listen to every line of NPC dialogue. Sometimes just picking one thing, a random letter, a book title that catches your eye, can shift how you see an entire area. And if in-game texts aren't your thing, that's okay too. There's an incredible amount of lore being explored outside the game, in wikis, forums, YouTube deep dives, and in many ways that's the best way to learn. At the end of the day, not everyone connects with dense in-game lore, but that doesn't mean the stories aren't worth discovering. They're just waiting for the right moment and the right medium to click. So if you've been playing like me, treating Skyrim like a spreadsheet, maybe next time, pause, read one again, listen a little longer. You might be surprised what you find when you stop trying to optimize the world and just start understanding it. For a game that lets us shoot dragons out of the sky, Skyrim is surprisingly quiet about rest. There's no warning when we skip sleep, no exhaustion meter ticking down, unless we're in survival mode, and no sharp penalties for burning the midnight oil. Just a gentle system in the background offering bonuses we barely notice and quietly taking them away when we don't. And because nothing bad happens, we usually skip it. I know I have. To be honest, in most of my playthroughs, sleeping always felt kinda tedious. I mean, you have to keep returning home to your family through that same bed. And when you're in the middle of a dungeon or chasing your next quest marker, that routine just feels like a little bit of a hassle. Honestly, if I'd made sleeping actually part of my rhythm, I would have leveled faster, fought better, and maybe more importantly, felt like I was actually role-playing instead of just ticking off objectives. The bonuses themselves are simple. Well Rested gives a 10% XP boost just for sleeping in a bed you own. Lover's Comfort bumps that up to 15% if you're sharing it with a spouse. And if you've adopted kids, Mother's or Father's Love gives a 25% restoration boost on top of that. But because they aren't required, they're easy to forget. What Rest really gives us, I think, is rhythm. Time starts to matter. Home becomes more than just a storage chest and a grindstone. It becomes a place we return to. Sleeping becomes part of our character's story, an end cap to the day, a small ritual between adventures, and that's when Skyrim starts to feel more like a life. So if it's been a while since your Dragonborn laid their head down, maybe find the nearest inn. Let the music settle. Let the world exhale for a moment. It doesn't have to be about bonuses. Sometimes it's just about making the world feel like home. A huge thanks again to FlexiSpot for sponsoring this video. If you're interested in the C7 Morpher, they offer a 30-day return policy for a risk-free trial and a 10-year warranty with direct replacement for any damaged parts. Make sure to use my code in the description to get the best price. I'll also put it in the comments. And hey, if you're on a tighter budget, check out the C7 and C5 models. They've got the same great build quality, just with the core adjustment features. Diolch am wylio, Deriniaid. Thanks for watching, Wizards.
Do not buy new construction. I repeat, do not.
This is how they're building your new builds. Perfect. It's exactly how I wanted it.
Hopefully this pressure is good enough because this is blood. This is all they're gonna get.
So we're using plastic or something to support the water heater flume.
I mean, the city, they inspected it. You know what I mean? Like, they did a great job. Don't worry about a home inspection on brand new construction, you know?
This is a new construction home. The buyers have already closed and they've been told all of this has been fixed. They paid $600,000 for this house. The builder is D.R. Horton. They've been the #1 home builder in America since 2002. Now, they may be #1, but that's #1 by volume, definitely not #1 by quality.
My life in a day in a DR Horton new build home. From the beginning, we've always had problems with the garage door. Now it's completely broken. I can't even move it because if I do, it'll fall apart. My floors, it's not even real wood. There's bubbles. Do you see the bubbles? Like, it's just awful, you guys. And this is not even a cheap home.
You definitely want to get your shit inspected before they fall just because guess what? You ain't gonna be able to see nothing now. You ain't gonna be able to see nothing but that gap. The gaps they leave that they don't foam. Yeah. I'd say that's a good indicator of how this is gonna look.
I'm on another DR Horton inspection, 11-month builder warranty inspection, and I'm in the attic and the gas smell is terrible. Look at this.
Don't you hate it when you show up to do your inspection and the entire neighborhood burns down?
Check this out. The furnaces are the key wall.
I don't know if you can see. Those are orangey kind of spores and just mold and water damage in our garage. And this is the drywall that was removed from that section. That doesn't look too healthy, does it?
This is one of the many reasons I cannot stand my DR Horton home. It's about to fall off too.
1 in every 7 new homes built in the US comes from DR Horton, ranging from starter homes to luxury. They operate in 37 states and pulled in $34 billion in revenue in 2025 alone. So when I say they are everywhere, they are everywhere.
Let's see what just over $2 million can get you for a new construction home here in Kirkland, Washington.
Kirkland, Washington.
This type of home plants the seed that will bloom into
Plants
memories
the
to come.
seed.
And just off the primary bedroom awaits a spa-like bathroom.
$2 million for this. It looks like a tiny home. And they're calling this a backyard. I don't know what you would even do with this strip of yard. And look at the power lines in the back. I guess that comes standard in $1 million homes. For over $2 million, you can wake up every morning, look out your window, and wave directly to your neighbor. He's right about one thing. DR Horton Homes definitely create...
I heard a hilarious thing about this on NPR recently. This lady, and I couldn't stand the story because it was so white and privileged. I just couldn't really relate. I was just like, oh, poor lady. But she sat there on like Wait, Don't Tell Me or something. I forget what show she was on, but she told the story. She was like a comedian. She told a story about how her bedroom window directly faces the couple's next door's shower, and when she opens the living room window, not the living room, but the bedroom window, it goes directly into their neighbor's bathroom, into their shower, and she realized that both of them are DR Horton homes. And they're both made badly like that. And I didn't think about anything when she was telling the story, but it makes a little more sense now.
Well, morning. I got a hangover, so just keep it down.
Yeah. Well, this herbal antibiotic sort of makes up for the disease that I got. Infested clear in the Jacobs residence, but it's a mile away. But it's the best.
Look who's can't say I'm not surprised.
Best chance we've got.
Good luck, kid.
So yeah, and yeah. Hi, kitty, you're back. I like to stroke this kitty. I like to stroke the kitty's fur. I like to stroke my kitty.
Memories, just not happy ones. If this is their luxury line, imagine their starter homes. The national average to build a new single-family home is 9.1 months. DR Horton does it in as little as 2 months. They are slapping these things together like a Big Mac from McDonald's. They are quite literally the fast food of home building. Now, I'm not a structural engineer, I'm a software engineer, but I don't think anyone needs an engineering degree to look at this and know something is very wrong.
Look, D.R. Horton is building their next house. It's about the same quality. Good job, D.R. Horton. All you gotta do is give it a little tap-a-tap-tap-a-roo. There we go.
D.R. Horton receives a lot of backlash on social media, and they addressed this in their SEC filing. Negative publicity can be disseminated rapidly through digital platforms. Customers often act on such information without further investigation and without regard to its accuracy. Without regard to its accuracy. Are they really telling us not to believe what we see with our own eyes? If these homeowners were showing perfectly built homes, no one would care. And they don't just acknowledge the social media backlash, they also acknowledge the quality, or lack thereof. Our subcontractors occasionally do not meet adequate quality standards in the construction of our homes. In my opinion, this is D.R. Horton recognizing poor quality, yet they continue to hire cheap subcontractors. This is a company that compensated their CEO over $25 million last year. If they wanted quality subcontractors, they could afford it.
Water rushing down into our yard, under our house, from the construction next door because they did something to channel the water flow out onto the street. And now it's coming into our yard. This is what happens when D.R. Horton moves in next door.
Oh my god. Everybody's grifting. Everybody, like, they talked about this on the Simpsons. Do your job half-assed and all that. That's the American way. And I think everybody took that to heart now. And they're all grifting. They're grifting for homes, and they're grifting for websites, and they're grifting for fucking nutrients and all types of shit. They're just grifting. Everybody is grifting. They're just like sitting there trying to sell some inferior product for a lot more money than it's worth. Or trying to sell something to somebody. It's weird. It's fucking weird.
There are numerous homeowners complaining about the quality of the paint, and then I stumbled across this comment. I contacted them about the paint getting dirty and if they could help with that. The lady told us that the walls are just primer and that they purposefully do that to leave it paint ready, and that our sales rep should have told us that. Remember, these homes are not cheap. They're selling multi-million-dollar homes, and they now account for 1 in every 7 new homes built. So inevitably, when repairs need to be made, we get to see what the builders leave behind. Water bottles, Coke cans, beer bottles stuffed inside the walls of someone's brand new home. These aren't workers who take pride in their craft, but then again, why would they? They're paid as little as possible to build as fast as possible, and apparently they cope by drinking on the job. Now, you might be watching this and thinking, that's what the warranty is for. And you would think so, because one of D.R. Horton's biggest selling points is their 10-year warranty. So let's actually read it. The first thing you will notice, the majority of their coverage falls under the 1-year section. Yet the 1-year coverage isn't what they advertise on social media. There are 12 pages for the 1-year coverage section, and for the 10-year portion, there's only this one single entry. Now, their warranty is worded in a way where it makes it sound as if the home buyer is protected, until you read the additional comments. Under the 1-year roofing section, it reads, "Builder will correct active and current leaks that occur under normal conditions." That sounds reasonable. Let's look at the comment column. No action required if leak is due to snow or ice buildup, high winds, or driving rains. Snow, ice, driving rains. What exactly would cause a roof to leak other than rain? Sunshine? They've essentially written a clause that says they'll fix your roof. unless it's caused by weather, which is the only thing that could cause the roof to leak. Under the 10-year portion, it somehow gets even worse. They claim major structural defects are covered only if it meets all 3 of their requirements. Requirement 1, the damage has to be to a specific load-bearing component. That component has to have actually failed, and that failure is threatening the physical safety of the people living there. A component that has already failed and is threatening your physical safety. In other words, basically the house has to be falling down around you before they're obligated to do anything. This entire neighborhood is being told their roof isn't covered. The caption reads, "Winds in Texas caused this today. These are 3-year-old houses.
Winds
Would
in
not
Texas.
recommend D.R. Horton to anyone. The whole neighborhood is this way."
This is what I'm talking about, how amazing D.R. Horton homes are. Like, holy They say that's an act of God. Nah. I think it's bullshit. I think it's complete laziness.
Yeah, I would say so.
An act of God. What a perfect excuse, because who could predict such an act? And what, you expect them to dip into the millions their CEO is making to fix the roofs? How would he then afford his 4th vacation house? And then you have people claiming that D.R. Horton is ignoring warranty phone calls. In my opinion, they're just waiting for that 1-year coverage to expire.
I have had so many issues with the home, like things that never should have been an issue that they did wrong from the beginning, and they don't want to fix their mess. They will not respond to you. It takes months and months of reaching out for someone to even respond to a text message, an email, a phone call, anything. Not just me that has had these problems. I've talked to other people in the neighborhood, my neighbors. They have had these same issues. I don't understand how this passed inspection. I don't know why they're the #1 builder in America, because they suck.
So it will probably come as no surprise that they're in multiple class action lawsuits, not only for the bad build quality, but also for allegedly misleading people. In Alabama, Louisiana, South Carolina, and Florida, homeowners are suing because they were sold homes marketed as gold fortified, meaning they could withstand a Category 3 hurricane, but these homes did not survive.
They say the septic system in their home and in every house backed up, needing a full septic overhaul within months of moving in. Mulway's roof has buckled 3 times, the first time only 2 months after they moved in, and damaged the inside of their home, coming with a whopping $17,000 price tag. A 166-page inspection report from Knowles noted problems in virtually every single part of the home. Despite the laundry list of problems found by Knowles, a Berkeley County inspector approved the home 1 year earlier, just 1 month before Preston moved in.
D.R. Horton has their own in-house mortgage company called DHI Mortgage. This is how they're able to offer incentives like $6,000 toward closing costs, fixed interest rates, and low down payments. For a lot of first-time home buyers, these incentives is what makes D.R. Horton homes affordable. And that's exactly the point, because allegedly there's a lot they're not telling these buyers. According to this lawsuit, DHI Mortgage shows buyers a monthly payment based on the property tax assessment of the land before the house is built. When the land is raw, the tax estimate is very cheap. Therefore, the monthly mortgage payments they showed buyers weren't accurate because they left out the property tax estimates. Estimates they are legally obligated to include, so it made the house look far more affordable than it actually was. After closing, D.R. Horton sells the mortgage loan to Fannie Mae or Freddie Mac. This triggers a new assessment of the property, which now has a house on it. The taxes go up significantly. In one case, within months of closing, a homeowner's monthly payment went from $1,000 to over $3,000 per month. Corporations today are becoming vertically integrated, meaning it used to be a separate company for various services. They've bought all of the services and now control all of it. D.R. Horton builds the homes, but they also own the title company, the insurance, and the mortgage company. They also own majority share in 4-Star, which buys and develops the land that the houses are built on. And then they bought Fiddler Waters, so they own the water rights to the land that the houses sit on. on. They don't just build the homes, they have this entire ecosystem that only they control. And increasingly, the rental market is part of it. Because on top of everything else, D.R. Horton builds apartment complexes and has been quietly building entire subdivisions designed exclusively as rentals.
I'm sorry, Kitty, I gotta go pee.
Subdivisions filled with houses that can never be bought.
Sorry.
They're building rental communities, making it harder for people to ever save up enough money to become first-time home buyers. On top of the fact that their houses are deteriorating months after purchase. Houses that were supposed to be addressing the housing shortage. And yet, they have the audacity to claim that they're helping first-time home buyers.
For buying a house, do not let the builder do the inspection. I don't care how nice they seem, how well-intentioned they seem, they are completely biased against actually providing an unbiased inspection. I have a client this week who purchased a house, very large, nearly 4,000 square feet. This thing was not cheap. The builder did their inspection, did not give them the opportunity, or at least informed them they were unaware that they needed to get a separate inspection. And this house is missing just about every bit of insulation, both in the ceiling and in the walls. It means her air conditioner has been working triple time since they put that thing in. They've got moisture problems everywhere, they've got mold problems everywhere, they've got kids that are sick, and all of this came down to one thing. They didn't get their own inspection done.
Man, some of TikTok is a bummer now, huh? Professional cuddler.
Hello guys and gals, me Mudahar, and you know, there was a bit of a bomb drop last night. Don't want to undersell things that are going on. Nuclear grade cyber attack. The only saving grace here is the nukes weren't hit, okay? From what I understand, they're thankfully disconnected from the internet. But, you know, for anybody that needs to know, the internet is